Tom Konkle returns to Midnight's Edge in the morning. Good morning, YouTube. We made it through another week. At least the first portion, anyway. We got the weekend yet. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the morning. I'm Tom Connors. With us, as always, is the boss man himself, Andre. How you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I am doing excellent, thank you. How about yourself?
Like you, Andre, I'm just trying to keep my head above water.
Yeah.
Or if that hits a little too close to home, but yes.
Indeed.
We also have with us Rob, the voice of Midnight's Edge.
Hello.
And as mentioned in the intro, we have the one, the only filmmaker, actor, writer, a jack of all kinds of trades, Mr. Tom Konkle himself. How you doing?
Thank you. I thought you were going to say man about town. I love it.
That as well.
Man about town.
That's right.
Bon vivant.
Hey, thanks for having
I
me.
like that.
Playboy millionaire.
Bon vivant. Yeah, bon vivant's my favorite. I actually used to have that in a profile. I just love that.
When I stayed in Sweden, actually, they described their hotel bar as a place where bon vivants gather. I'm like, okay.
That sounds classy. That sounds.
It does, yeah.
Sounds uppity
Yeah,
and classy.
Hello, everybody.
uppity
Hello,
and
everyone in
classy.
the chat as well.
Yes, hello. We have a classy audience, but something that was kind of uppity. Did anybody else besides me watch Coming to America?
If it's a classy audience, what am I doing here?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be here, Rob. We just allowed you in.
Somebody left the door open.
But yeah, did anybody else besides me watch Coming to America too?
I watched the original last night again.
Don't watch the new one.
I've read some reviews. I haven't watched it yet. It sounds like it's a straight ahead retread of the first one. Is that true? Does it kind of do the same thing?
My review is simply, I have not seen a movie like this or felt like this since Blues Brothers 2000, which is ironic because John Landis directed that as well, right? Originally.
Right.
He didn't direct this one, but it still feels like he did. It felt like a straight to video TV movie. I mean, they got like 99% of the cast back, but it didn't help. None of the jokes really landed. In fact, the funniest joke in the entire movie is in the end credits during the outtakes.
How were the barbershop scene like with those ancillary characters they used to do? The old guy.
They're
was
all
it
right.
Fresh or no? It was all right.
Not really. It was all right. They get into so many woke things. It's not even funny.
Give us some examples.
Well, like speaking of the barbershop guys right away, I don't even remember exact dialogue, but right off the bat, when you're brought into the movie, they're just going off about certain things that are all like SJW nonsense stuff and about, just stuff like that. And then the whole setup of the movie is ridiculous. It's one of those movies where you wish they would have just went with the obvious ending. But no, they went with this way to just kind of make sure that, like, oh, nobody's going to be able to predict this kind of thing. And it's just like,
So it was pretty ridiculous then.
Part of it was
better off not watching it.
Well, it's not like as bad as Blues Brothers 2000, but it's worse than Beverly Hills Cop 3. About that's where I'd put it. Which is funny because John Landis also directed Beverly Hills Cop 3. But that's what's weird about this movie is it feels like a bad John Landis movie, and he had nothing to do with it. It's just like,
Just aping his style, huh?
Yeah, but not very well. And it's the same damn movie all over again, pretty much. And they shouldn't even have called it Coming to America. They come to America twice, and it's only for about 5 minutes.
Which is strange. I mean, that was the most interesting part of the first one was like a fish out of water and what you could. There's so many things you could comment on America now. It's interesting that they wouldn't go there.
Part of the idea that they kind of went with what they should have kind of expanded a bit more on, and they should have called it like America Coming to Us or something like that. Like the whole idea of this, kid from America coming in and shaking up this African kingdom. That could have been an interesting story. But the way it plays out is just a lot of virtue signaling in your face. And, for some odd reason, Eddie Murphy's character is completely out of character through the entire movie. He's nothing but a misogynistic dick, basically, through most of the movie. and it's this whole thing kind of predicated on he's hung up on the idea he has to have a son to take the heir of the throne, and even though he's been training his oldest daughter the whole time to basically do that. The trailer kind of gives you the main idea, but the movie just kind of plays out in a way you're just like, really, this was not 30 years of waiting.
I kind of think it's, from the sound of it, it's almost like in a character assassination on Akeem. They turn him into somebody completely different.
I mean, he has, of course, the ending, and that's the other problem, is the ending just feels kind of like out of nowhere. You've got like 12 character turns for no good reason. Like, it's just really one of those, like, shit happens because movie.
Oh,
is this, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there any sequels where Eddie Murphy was as good or better than his first version of whatever he did? Like, I can't think.
Nutty Professor 2.
Nutty Professor 2 was probably the best sequel he's ever done.
And that's just, because it revolves more around the family.
Yeah.
Other than that,
he doesn't seem to have a lot of luck.
Yeah. No, not really.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a lot of luck with sequels in general. And there seems to be two Eddie Murphys. There's the one who wants to be this mainstream, golden child kind of family entertainment guy, and then there's the edgier one who takes chances. And every time we start to see a little bit of the edgier one, he always gravitates back to the mainstream, kind of taking the teeth out of it. I don't think he's had a lot of luck with sequels either.
No, you can tell this is one of the reasons why Paramount sold this movie. It was going to be a turkey.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be huge in the theater, I bet.
No. Even if it was in normal world right now, like, because I believe it was supposed to be out last Christmas, it would have got buried probably.
Did the Dolomite director, the one who did that film, did this one, right?
Unfortunately, yeah. So I'm like, I've lost a lot of faith in that guy now.
It makes you also think there must have been a lot of meddling in it too. There must have been a lot of
maybe. It feels like a first draft. It feels like a first draft. It doesn't feel like they went back and really punched it up at all. The catalyst that kicks the story off is fucking ridiculous. And again, like I say, the most logical points where the movie should go, it's almost like it's one of those movies where you're like, you should have just gave everybody what they figured was going to be the most predictable ending. It would have made the movie much more enjoyable. But like the whole idea is because the whole how he finds out about this kid is probably the most ridiculous part of the movie. Like they have like this shaman or whatever guy who just tells him he has a kid in America because he saw it in a dream. And then they come up with this convoluted backstory of how it all happened. They even do like de-aged Eddie Murphy in Arsenio Hall, which is weird because Arsenio Hall looks amazing de-aged. It took me a minute to realize, oh shit, this is new footage. But then when they show de-aged Eddie Murphy,
not so much. He's changed more, maybe.
No. I think they used deep fake, but it just didn't quite click with Eddie.
And I'll bet if they had put it in the theater, that probably would have held up even worse on the big screen than it did streaming. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, did Art Buchwald wrote the first Coming to America, right?
Yes,
I mean, there was that huge lawsuit where they said it never made any money, and he had to sue. He had to sue the studio to find it, and that's where the term creative accounting came from. Did you know that?
I'm not surprised because that went down in the late 80s,
early
90s.
Yeah, in court, that was the first time the term creative accounting for a studio was used, where they found out they took money from movies that did poorly, and they would pour money from other movies into it to prop it up, and that became creative accounting, and he won that lawsuit, I believe.
Not for nothing, but it's just a play on the same. Art Buchwald sued Eddie Murphy. It's just a play on Roman Holiday, really, if you think about it.
Kind of,
yeah. So
that's
shouldn't
true.
The guy wrote Roman Holiday sued Art Buchwald?
Well, the art of creativity is hiding your sources. I mean, there is no new idea, but the idea of somebody coming and being a fish out of water, you're absolutely right. That idea is an old trope going back to Greek times, but the issue there had been that they hid all the profits from the first movie.
Yeah.
That's nothing new. That happens all the time. In fact, was just like this last year. Ed Sullivan was talking, or the year before, when the new Man in Black movie came out. He's like, "Yeah, the fourth Men in Black movie is hitting theaters this weekend, but yet according to Sony, the first film still isn't in profit." because he's never seen
exactly
one bit of money out of Sony. And every time he asks, it's never made money. Men in Black has never made money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think Coming to America was the first high-profile lawsuit over something like that came up. I remember that, and it's interesting. You know, all these decades later, they're doing a sequel, and it's a streaming version that's going up. So it's really going to be a lot harder to find out, like, how did that movie do? And I think you're right. If it had come out in theaters, it probably would not have done well. No,
it would have been okay maybe first weekend, but the word would have got around that it's just. Yeah. And that's the thing that's worse about it is it's not a bad movie. But it's boring and pointless, which is probably the biggest sin any movie, especially a sequel, can make, right? Like, especially waiting this long, and you got all the cameos are just shoved in there for no real reason, and it just kind of feels forced.
Yeah, it's been a bad couple years for comedy, don't you guys think? Just the genre of comedy has suffered over the last 3 or 4 years. There just hasn't been. You know, if you look at some years, you're like, oh, yeah, that's the year, you know, Monty Python and the Holy Grail came out, or Mel Brooks, you know, Blazing Saddles came out the same year. And everything. But the comedy has just not found its footing in theatrical films.
Yeah. There's so many jokes you can't do now. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. You can't have comedy when there's so many sacred cows that you can't touch.
And I could say something a little controversial. I mean, I'm not saying it's like way over the top controversial, but to me, it probably will come off a bit. The first movie, as I pointed out a dozen times now, was directed by John Landis, right? And I always say that for years, one thing that John Landis took pride in was that it was just considered a comedy, even though it had, you know, a 95% black cast, right? Yeah. And it wasn't until recent years that people started referring it to a black-led comedy and all that kind of stuff. And then this movie has an actual black director, right? This movie feels a hell of a lot more racist than the first movie does.
Interesting.
Like when it comes to depicting the African
on
culture,
the stereotypes.
Yeah, it did. It leaned way into the African culture stereotypes big time, and the black stereotype. Like everybody has this elaborate entrance with the dancing and all that stuff all the time, like they kind of did in the first movie. Stuff that everybody kind of pointed at and said, "Well, that stuff's kind of racist." John Landis did it with taste compared to this shit, in my opinion. Like. Yeah, I mean, and of course they got everything's a rehash. Like almost every single bit is in this one, redone, rehashed. There's only like one or two poignant scenes in the entire movie, and it's just, I don't want to keep going on about it. But Jesse's wondering where he can find one of these creative consultants. Well, Hollywood. That's the good place to start. But thank you for that super chat, Jesse. And I think we got some more, Andre, correct?
Yeah, we do. We have a couple of other super chats as well, and we're going to go through them presently. First of all, thanks for everyone who is joining us. To think that we already have more than 1,000 people watching. That's amazing. Thank you. We're so glad that you decided to make us part of your day, and we have quite the crowd here. We have many regulars. We have Dr. Coffin Nails is here, Mr. Tickle Trunk is here, Mags is here, Willie Woodward is here, and of course Jesse Miller, as we saw. Hellhound is here. Fatty is here, and he wonders, was Wakanda mentioned in the movie?
It was, but that bit where they say that Wakanda's not real or whatever that was in the trailer isn't.
They cut that bit?
Yeah, I mean, they bring it up, but like that bit's cut out, and then
that was like the best part of the trailer.
Yeah, no, like I said, the best, the funniest. The only time that I got one chuckle during the movie. Believe it or not, it was fucking Leslie Jones, and it was one scene where Eddie's like, "We are like one big happy mixed family," and she's like, "We like the Kardashians, y'all," and that was like the one time I got because the timing was just perfect. And then the other time I laughed was during the end credits, like I said, and that was when the kid goes, "I got some I got whiskers from a lion, whiskers from a lion." He's like, and then he goes, "Hey, that's my bit." that was the best bit. That was the funniest thing in the entire fucking. I'm like, really? That was it. That was the deepest laugh. Yeah,
I gotta ask Tom first before we continue. I mean, we talk about not a lot of good comedies. Have you seen Resident Alien yet?
I have not seen it. Is it good?
Yes, it's very good. I'm actually shocked at how good it is.
It's a movie?
No, it's a series on Sci-Fi.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I have to check that. I meant comedy in movies, but yes,
Okay.
there's some great comedy on TV. Like What We Do in
Okay,
the
wow.
Shadows. I absolutely love What We Do in the Shadows. A bunch of different comedies, but yeah,
all right,
Resident
different
Alien. I do want to see. Yeah, I was thinking
context,
theatrical comedy. Yeah.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, and you're right though. There hasn't been any good real laugh out loud
Like
comedies. Movies,
Yeah.
yeah. A lot of rom-coms that are kind of nice, but it's just like, they're not funny. The best comedy,
not your edgy, amazing comedy where you go, wow, that was just like that was next level, good, interesting, intricate comedy.
Something I hold up all the time, like Back to School, Rodney Dangerfield, which
I actually love that movie. Yeah,
is
that's
great
a great
one.
film.
I mean,
Damn,
and
you couldn't do that movie now, though. I don't think.
No. Yeah. You go through it. Can't do that joke. Can't do that joke.
Well, the best bit in the whole movie is that he gets a C or whatever on his paper about Kurt Vonnegut, written by Kurt Vonnegut.
And another thing,
Kurt Vonnegut actually wrote it. Yeah, that was hilarious.
I'm canceling payment on the check. Fuck me, Vonnegut. Do we live? Fuck you. But
yeah, that was great. I miss stuff like that. I do miss comedy like that.
When people say,
they're making Beverly Hills Cop 4, by the way.
Not to take up too much of this time on this, but the people say, "Oh, there's too many jokes in Marvel movies. Too many jokes in Marvels." I'm like, is it there's too many jokes, or that comedies aren't funny now? And these are what qualify as comedies.
We made. I remember that, Rob. Yeah, because people were bitching about Thor 3, and we're like, look, is it really so much more that these movies are trying to be more funny, or is it like Rob said? And I believe it's the latter, because we sat there and we go, name the last good comedy, like the last real good gut laughing comedy.
Yeah.
I remember when I saw Crocodile Dundee, everybody was talking about it. Like, oh, you got to see this movie. It's all Paul Hogan. It's so great.
Superbad, I think, was the last one we got to where we're like, everybody kind of agreed.
And that's like, and that's, what is that, 15 years ago, 20 years ago? I mean,
damn near it, almost 10 at least.
Time ago. Yeah. See, that's my point. It's like, and to get anything that's really like groundbreaking great comedy, you have to go even further back. So it's an interesting. I just note with interest, as somebody who makes movies, the first thing that people tell me is, don't do a comedy. You know, and I was like, why? Because comedy is my background. I always do they're like, make funny moments in something, but comedy doesn't sell internationally. And comedy you can't really touch, because there's too much. And I was like, wow, that's part of the reason why there isn't any comedy. Is just it's just a kind of taboo subject right now.
Yeah.
Well, those are some extremely flawed rules of thumb. I will say that before we get back into the
Andre, if I could just finish on this though.
Sure.
I was lucky though. I was on stage one night and I did a joke. And I'm not going to say what the joke was here, but I actually had someone, it had this with old video stores and certain selections of video stores, and you make sure you don't go into one section over another. And I had someone say, I am from Germany and we are more open-minded than that. I'm like, oh yeah, great. The Germans are going to talk to me about being open-minded.
You're in trouble when the German comedy comes up. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. More open-minded about that. We have ways of making you laugh.
You will see.
Yeah, don't go
to Dutch see. I have ways of making you laugh. Yeah, it's scary.
All right.
No, it's tough. I mean, as somebody that's trying to push some comedy through and do some stuff like that, I'm always sad if you go into a pitch meeting or you go something like that, and I'm sitting on a great comedy idea, and they're like, "So, definitely not comedy. What else do you have?" Like, okay, let's talk about something else. It's interesting that I came up through a sketch background, and I did as an actor I've worked in a ton of comedy. I was in Community, I was in all these different comedy things. It was like and my first film I did a film noir, which I put a little comedy in, but the reason I did film noir is nobody would distribute an independent comedy, and I was like, you've got to be kidding. But if you look at the marketplace at the time, certainly when I made the film, they were looking like, well, will this play in Thailand, or will this? And so the references that I had one a comedy film I've been wanting to make for years, which is about two guys that start an amateur ambulance service. Like they try and steal people from real ambulance services. So, which I think would be a great idea. They're like, hey, what have you got in your pocket? I'll take you to the hospital. And they're like, I'm not getting in a van with you, you know? And so I couldn't get it made anywhere because they're like, no, that's a comedy, you know?
Tom, I'm going to show you some Norwegian skits from the 90s, which are literally just that.
I would love to see that
after the show. Yeah,
I've had
I
this
would
idea,
love to
after the show.
I've had this idea
Perfect.
about this motivational speaker who's a complete fraud. It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, and just, you know, like a Tony Robbins type. And, you know, except he has one secret. I'm a complete fraud. Just like all the advice he gives works out for other people, but he just doesn't follow his own advice. Wait a minute. You said eat
that's
healthy.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It's kind of close to what was that? Yeah, I can't
Well, like,
remember the name of the movie.
I don't think that would play well overseas because, yeah, I don't know what the internet and motivational speakers are like in Norway, but I think that's just kind of an American thing, isn't it?
It's a very American
we
thing,
have
like a
them,
life
but
coach.
they're very
thing.
different from your American ones. They're not the same type of characters at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
See,
mean,
that's in
I've pitched a
America.
couple comedies that'll never happen. Now, Rob knows what I'm talking about, and that is, I have this idea for a movie about. It's kind of like in the vein of Stand by Me, and it's about, but it's set in the '80s, and it's kids who are on the quest to find the ultimate porn stash in the woods.
It's
Because, like, you know, the whole movie is set
So
up.
it's like Lord of the Rings, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. But like, you know how Stand By Me is like, you know, structured with this, you know, guy telling the story, you know, when he's a kid. And that's kind of how it's structured. It's like, when I was a kid, to find porno was not the easiest thing to do. We didn't have any hubs or, you know, other places we could just go to, you know, and that's kind of the whole setup of the story. And it's like, and of course, by the end of the movie, they get there and it's just a Playboy shoved in the knot of a tree in the woods, but like the whole journey. Yeah. The whole point is the journey there. And, you know, there's these older kids who are trying to get there first. And, you know, it's just kind of
That's
the
a
whole
great
kind of
idea.
Yeah.
That's
But,
a
like,
great
that would
idea.
probably
And you're
never
right. It
get
would be a
done.
tough sell. Yeah.
No,
but
nobody
it's a
ever
great
would,
idea.
yeah.
It could be really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss movies
Speaking
like
of
that.
great ideas, we
Let's
have
get
a
into those
couple of
super
super
chats,
chats. Yeah. And one I actually can get up on screen is Laserpants, who says, "Hello, everyone. I enjoy these live streams. Just want to say Chapek is full of you-know-what." And to those that cannot see, there's a poop icon on screen. So, yeah. And we are going to get into Chapek momentarily, but a couple of more super chats before we do. Darking616 has a comedy pitch, Congo 2 with Bruce Campbell.
He's a zombie.
Anything with Bruce Campbell. Yes.
Bruce
Anything.
Campbell rules.
Give me
Yeah,
a
he's a great guy.
And then I can't bring up any more on screen, but Mags says, "Hail to all. Happy Fade In Friday." For $5. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, we're all going to do some fading in here real soon. And then we have Tobias the Wolf, who actually started us out up today with $7.99 Australian dollars, saying, "Should we be happy that Kevin Feige is taking on Star Wars? Isn't he a mad SJW? Also, shout out to Jeremy from the Quartering. He's had a rough week."
Yeah. We talked about that live as it was kind of happening the other day, but I think things have calmed down a little bit now, but
we did. Yeah, I think he's going to pull through. I haven't seen his latest video yet, but I think his channel is going to be cancelled.
What happened?
The short version is Jeremy of the Quartering was attacked by a bunch of people over pointing out that this individual gaming girl was basically tweeting out racist stuff. She tried to claim he was doctoring the tweets when he wasn't. And I think that I don't know if like a bunch of her stuff got pulled down or she took it down or deleted it. But yeah, I don't know the full story yet. But this would have been the individual who basically shamed Xbox into giving her a free Xbox because she was black.
No,
I don't remember hearing that story. Yeah.
I think I did hear something like that.
Yeah, and it's longer
You
and
should
convoluted.
shame
than
them
that,
into
but-
giving Xboxes if you're poor. I think just hey, I'm poor. Can I have an Xbox?
Right?
Yeah.
No shit. There's tons of kids who would love to have a free Xbox, right?
Yeah.
In any event, he was accused of having said things he never ever said and having opinions he never ever expressed. And for that, the mob got together and decided, let's cancel and deplatform, based on no evidence whatsoever. But yeah, as for Kevin Feige, we will get back to him when we get into the Star Wars discussion. Before then, Culture Casino sent us a unicorn super sticker, and Mr. Tickle Trunk sent us a little pup doggy super sticker. So thanks for that. Thornton Wager asks, what are the chances this is just a publicity stunt to drive up viewership when they hire her back? I guess you're referring to Gina Carano, and the chances of that are 0%. That's the chances of that. Says, hi, gents. Greetings. And Michael Sini says, or maybe it's Shawnee, Sini or Shawnee, in Ireland sends us £19.99. Thank you so much. That's really keeping our lights on. And he says, perhaps Bob's praise is in preparation for Kathleen to announce at a later date her step down from Lucasfilm. Saves him removing her and get a backlash from the crowd. Looks like damage limitation idea from Disney maybe. Hold that thought, because we're going to get back to it. Sontag says, handed in 2-week notice, going to trucking school. Well, awesome. Keep trucking away. Robert says, here is $5 for always reading super chats super late. Well, thank you. We really appreciate
You got
that.
to it right away
Of
this
course we
morning,
do.
though. Only a half hour in.
Only half an hour in. That's like a record or something. Roger
something.
Haynes sends a thumbs up, and Mr. Tickle Trunk says, hail to the great Konkle.
Hey,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. I always appreciate you being in here.
Yeah. And Spider Unlimited says, Andre, totally unrelated. Manhunter or Silence? And what's your favorite scene from Man? To that, I would say Manhunter, because that's a piece of art. Favorite scene, the one with the music and the fridge. If you know the movie, you know what I'm talking about. And that's a great movie, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I love where is it Brian Cox who's playing Hannibal Lecter,
Yes.
and he goes,
Yes.
"Pardon me, I don't have the use of my hands. Could you dial a number for me?" And he gets them to make a phone call from his prison cell. It's a great scene.
Yeah.
He made a terrific Lecter, I actually thought.
Oh yeah, it's a far
he did.
superior
He was
film to
really
the
good.
other one. I mean, the other one was okay, and it's nice to have just to kind of complete it. But I mean, I was just fine watching Manhunter and Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal together back in the day before Red Dragon came out. I had no issues with that.
Still, my preferred like best of Hannibal is Manhunter and Silence of the Lambs.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen Alton says, to Midnight Sedge and everyone in the chat, last night was colorful. To say the least.
Yeah, it was an interesting night.
It sounds like it was interesting. So you actually got somebody who was pointing and sputtering in the Star Trek chat to come on?
Yeah, the short version for those who weren't aware of what happened. The Star Trek main web YouTube page was showing the first episode of every Star Trek show. Like, so they showed TOS and then the animated series and TNG and so on down the road, but just the first episode, and that was it. Well, of course, as our show was live, they just got into the Discovery and Picard portions of the show. So one of our lovely audience members had pointed out to us that this was going on, so we thought we'd go over there and check it out. Well, lo and behold, we had more viewers than they did at that point. And a lot of our lovely audience was like, we're here for Midnight's Edge and Doomcock rules, and Gary from Nerdrotic was right, and things like that. And they shut down the chat about 3 times. And we're like, what the hell's wrong with them? We're sending them an audience. They got more people watching now than they did before. But then one of their audience members got so upset that the chat kept getting shut down that he decided to come over and accuse us all of being transphobes and all this other nonsense. Well, after a bit, yes, down payment for my Damn It Shane t-shirt. We'll see on that. I actually put out a challenge to Shane to see if he could fulfill that, but we'll see how that works out. But yeah, we'll see about a Damn It Shane t-shirt, as Bane 1776 sends in a super chat here and puts a down payment for. I'll make sure you get a discount for that, Bane. Just message me in a DM or something when it comes out.
Just to be clear, we did say that if we make certain amount, some of the there'd be like a charity thing, right?
If he proved to me a few things, I don't know if that's going to work out. Because, I mean, again, I think we got a breakthrough out of him. He apologized to the audience in Mecca and stuff like that by the end of the show, and we talked to him for almost 2 hours and kind of got some insight into the world of the mind of an SJW. And it was someplace I'd rather not go again. But hey,
I give him credit for accepting our invitation, though. I mean, that's
total respect to him for coming on and taking a barrage of scrutiny. And I mean, he eventually had to admit and back down on a few things, but look, it really boils down to we're all people in the end. And I just kind of had to make the point to him, is it really worth this over a TV show?
Yeah. Also, you've got to realize that they're in their bubble and they're like, no, this is, Star Trek and we love it. But the idea that people that love Star Trek may not like what is happening to it now, where the direction it went with the new films, with JJ and all this stuff. It's like there's this schism where it's like they just won't listen because somehow they act like we're criticizing them versus the people that are making it. And it's like, we're not criticizing you for liking it. You can like what you like, but we also can have an opinion that, like, this isn't Star Trek. Or even more insultingly, I guess I truly don't get the transphobe thing. And maybe you guys can explain to me, how is it transphobe if you just don't happen to like the new Star Trek, like Picard?
Because they will say that that's the reason that you don't like it, because it can't be that it can't be
just
good.
Don't like it.
Well, there's actually a basis for that.
It must be because so if you don't like it, it must be because you don't like representation.
Well, there was a bit of a basis for that. Okay. There was one joke, according to him, there was one message that was just super, super transphobic that got deleted right away, so he couldn't remember what it was. And I'm like, all right, dude, I'll tell you what. Here's a challenge for you then. Since you made such a harsh, accusation on our audience, this is up. I was showing it live on the stream while it was happening. Go back and screenshot that specific message you're talking about, and if I know the individual from our chat, I will go talk to them individually. I said, but outside of that, all I know is you're making a big accusation about somebody who said that Picard is now, what was it, transhuman, Rob?
Something like that.
Yeah, they made a crack about him no longer being human, and he's transformed into a golem now, basically. But so he was really trying to key on that, and he had to basically back down and say, yeah, that was obviously not that bad. It was just kind of funny to see the thought process that went into some of the mental gymnastics some of these people will take. So, damn it, Shane, you gave us a hell of a show last night.
Yeah, and everyone should go check that out over at Midnight's Edge After Dark, where it's still up, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So do check that out. But before then, I'm going to go through a couple of more super chats, not every last one, but a couple of few more before we get into the first main topic of today. The Jack of All Casual says, sponsored by Surfing with Sharks. Morning, gents. Indeed.
That's true.
And Thunderstorms asks, who is the High Republic created for? Well, I'm guessing for people like Shane.
Wow. Mic drop.
We found Andre. Bravo.
And moving on to the next subject.
Andre, I'm proud of you.
Andre, you call it really like it is.
There you go. And
that was the show, folks.
Yeah.
Norway is officially the funniest country.
Go on a high note. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thanks. Good night. We're done here. Our work is done.
Joey Hollywood Films, who just sent in a super chat here on the screen, says, I tipped After Dark off about the Star Trek chat. Yes, you did, Joey Hollywood Films, and we appreciate that. Wasn't expecting it to blow up like that. LOL, wild ride. Yes, it was indeed. I've almost gotten like nonstop. I've never gotten a response like that after a show ever. So like, thank you guys for reaching out, and not one negative thing at all. Like I can't, not one. I'm surprised I didn't get like barrage from people from the other side, but no, it's all been positive feedback, man. So thank you guys. You guys have been great about it.
Indeed. And on that note, we have a few more super chats. We're going to get through all of them in the end. But now, let us get into the first main topic of today, 35 minutes into the show. So, yeah, that's how we roll. But anyway, the last couple of days, our little circle of the internet has been blowing up by a statement that was made from Bob Chapek, in which he praised Kathleen Kennedy, calling her a treasure. And this comment, of course, is something that was latched on by both sides of the Star Wars dividing line, I should say. You have the people that are always the ones defending the High Republic and the General Kennedy faction, saying, oh, look, she's amazing, she's praised, she's not going anywhere. And then you have the other side of the fence that are like thinking, well, either Chapek has sold out completely, there's no hope, or there is something else to it. So let us explore his comments and where they were said, because I happen to believe that that is of key importance here.
I
because
agree.
The background here, yes, and I really want your take on this, Mr. Konkle. The background here is that Bob Chapek, he held a presentation at the Morgan Stanley Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Conference. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. Where was this said, and who were the ones to say it? And his exact words. Actually, it's a little bit of a back and forth. It's a communication. Tom, do you happen to have the quote near there, or
not offhand here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
I think Chapek said to Andre, if I may, there was something where they were talking about Kennedy and Kevin Feige, and they were saying that that's where they're the best, managing the mythology. There are little pieces here and there that they dribble and they connect. It's really amazing. Geniuses, he said, lumping her in with Kevin.
Yes, that is exactly right, because this was a conversation. It was a back and forth between the two.
I do remember, and I don't know if anybody else has really pointed this out or not, though, but he also mentioned John
Favreau
in that lump.
Oh yeah, he mentioned both camps.
Which is kind of funny. Yeah.
But again, as Andre said, it's at Morgan Stanley, and what company ever admits they're wrong at a meeting like that? I mean, it's like having a commercial where it's like, we don't have the best product, but give ours a try. It's like, no, they're gonna always go positive, never go negative, even if behind the scenes everything's not rosy. It does not serve their interest to indicate at all there's a problem.
Exactly, because this is a statement that is made for the industry, so it's not for the fans. Yeah, so that is the key thing to keep in mind here, is that the audience here is the industry, and it's all the investors and the potential investors. So all of this is about maintaining the illusion that everything is fantastic, everything is awesome, and they have the best team. Disney has this covered, so just you wait, don't sell, don't panic, don't worry, everything is awesome, and please don't sell your stock. And our team is amazing. Everyone is awesome. Everything is awesome. That is the general message. That is the context for these quotes that he made.
Damn, she takes a great photo.
Well, we had a request, and it's easier for people to handle. I can deal with this.
No, she's great and she's cute. And but here's the thing, you're right. In the context of that meeting, I would be terribly surprised if anyone on the suit side of this creative business were to admit there was a problem. I mean, it's against their interests to do so. And possibly in the rare air that the people, it's like Chapek, where he lives in his world, he may not have the same experience of it. He may be being told by people how she's performing or how it's doing, and he's drawing his own conclusions very differently than the people that actually consume and watch their stuff. And I think you're right, Andre. In this context, everything's fine. Even if things are on fire behind you, you would say there's nothing to see here. Keep moving. It's a fantastic team, and please don't stop investing, because Disney has never been hungrier for money right now, with the parks closed and with the lack of theatrical releases
in the tank.
Yeah, well, of course, and that's because a lot of their core businesses have been shut down almost a year.
Yeah. I have the exact quotes here. Right. What he said, and this wasn't in the conversation; it was a back and forth. But he commented on both Feige and Kathleen Kennedy as the heads of Marvel Studios and Lucasfilm, respectively. And what he said was, that's where they are at their best, managing that mythology. So there are little pieces here and there that they dribble and they all connect. It's really amazing.
The woman who said we have no 800-page novels or comic books to go off of. Yeah, she's great at managing.
Yeah, but the investors, they don't know that, and they're not supposed to know that. Yeah. And then later he would call Kennedy an absolute treasure for us. Well, just like Kevin and Kathy and Sean at the studio, Jimmy, Dana, Peter, and John. So here we have Jon Favreau, are absolute treasures for us from a creative standpoint, driving this machine, but giving you the type of content that you saw Sean at the investor conference. He did say Sean, yes.
Oh, interesting.
It's interesting to look at the difference. Look at the difference in the camps, though. With Marvel, you've had, I think, Edgar Wright was the only director to really leave with any kind of creative differences on that side. Whereas on, Kathleen's side with Lucasfilm, they have literally fired or let go as many directors as they've ever hired on films, and sometimes halfway through a movie, or when a movie's actually almost done, they've gotten rid of people. And so, look at Rogue One, look at the debacle with, Rise of Skywalker. Look what happened with Solo. I mean, so many times. Now, if that decision doesn't come from the top, then where is it coming from? And who's not reading the script to where the movie's almost finished? You're like, wait a minute, this is what you made? Hang on, no, we got to start over. It's like that did not happen at Lucasfilm. Can you imagine halfway through Return of the Jedi, he's like, nah, I'm firing Richard Marquand. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What is this movie? And they start over again?
Yeah, I always make the analogy. It's easy to be a great coach when you got Michael Jordan on your team. That's essentially what she had all those years with Spielberg and Zemeckis and all those guys. That she was coaching. She was involved with the greatest directors in the business, and
and she had nothing to do with making the movie. Yeah.
I mean, right place, right time.
Stephen famously said she's really good at interrupting meetings when they asked her what her skills were.
She's really bad at taking notes and all that other stuff. Anything that was important, she was not good at.
Anything about the script or making the movie, she was not.
The thing is, you know what? She started to believe her own press. That's what I think was going on. I really am this great. I'm going to show everyone how great I am.
It's a perfect storm, Rob, because you had the whole, the whole women's thing going on right now again in the middle of the Me Too era and all this other shit. It was a perfect storm of, and again, like we've pointed out a million times, on paper, going into this thing, Kathleen Kennedy made sense.
Yes.
It made sense.
When George announced it, I was like, well, yeah, you've worked with her for 25 years. Yeah.
Right. But then again, as we always point out, or at least especially in one of our more recent videos. If you take away the Spielbergs, the Zemeckis, the Clint Eastwoods, all these other people that she's worked with that were actually already established, what you're left with is a bunch of movies nobody's ever heard of and milk money.
Mm-hmm.
I always bring
up as an analogy. Look at what Phil Jackson did without Michael Jordan when he was with the New York Knicks as president of basketball operation. The team was a disaster. They lost more games in NBA history, in the history of the franchise, without those players. It's the same thing. She cannot put a team together. She does not have an eye for talent. She doesn't have an eye for talent. She doesn't have an eye for a script. She doesn't know what makes up a good story. She might be able to pick up a phone and say, "Yeah, I need the George Washington Bridge closed down for an hour." But well, I'm sorry, Tom.
I'm picking on you.
Yeah,
no, you're 100% right.
True.
Rob.
She's probably great managing people. She's probably like, "Hey, Harrison's not feeling well. I'm going to go to the hotel and see if he can come back out and shoot some with Raiders." Yeah, go send Kathleen. She's probably wonderful with that. And they're probably things that nobody's. It's not black and white. Nobody's like totally evil. I'm sure she's great at some things, but as far as boots on the ground making a movie, she hadn't actually gone, "Here's a script I found that's really good. I'm going to go ahead and execute it all the way through and hire the team." George threw her into the deep end of the pool and said, "Okay, you're in charge of Lucasfilm, and look at the decisions that started to be made." It's like you made a trilogy without 3 scripts, without reading the other scripts. You fired the guys making Solo when 3/4 of it was done. You reshot Rogue One. There's the calamity at Mandalorian where it's like, basically I don't want you around. And there's another fiefdom going on there because they're hoping to make it good. And there's all these problems. And you go, well, all these decisions had to have come from the top, because if somebody with the skill of like Kevin Feige had been there, he would have mapped out Star Wars for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
There would have been no doubt who was doing the 3rd sequel movie. I mean, it's insane to go, "Hey, I wonder who's going to do that. And did you read the 2nd one? No, I didn't read it. So let's go ahead and write the 3rd one." That kind of calamity and chaos is exactly what happened, and that's why it's the mess it is. There is no creative force there.
Yeah, Tom Connors. What did Kathleen Kennedy say her favorite movie was?
Oh, it was Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. Zhivago. I always point out my mom's favorite movie was Dr. Zhivago. I wouldn't trust her to make a Star Wars movie. I mean, she has a very
not a genre film.
Yeah, she has a very old way of looking at movie making, and like it's the difference. Okay, again, sports analogy.
David Lean's worst film too.
Yeah.
Compared to Lawrence of Arabia, come on.
Right.
Once again, sports analogy. Who make the best coaches? Not the superstar athletes, the guys who never play and sit the bench, because they see what goes on. They learn as much as they can about the game. They look at all the moving parts, they pay attention, and they pay attention.
That's why Kevin Feige is who he is.
Exactly.
Yes. Because Kevin Feige was first getting coffee on what was it, the first Spider or X-Men movie, and working behind the scenes on that is, I think, not even I don't even think he was a line producer yet, was he, Andre? Maybe he was.
No, he was. He was just there at the back, like he started out as like the personal assistant for Lauren Schuler Donner. That's how he started out. So she was like, "Kevin, get me a coffee." That was his job. That was
right there. There's the
coffee.
woman. If anybody should have took over fucking Star Wars and it had to be a woman, it should have been her.
Who was that?
Yeah,
Laura Schuler Donner.
Donner. She does a lot of Richard Donner
genre. Her entire
Lethal Weapon.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The best. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, unwashed critic. What Rob said makes no sense. No, it is absolutely 100% true. The guys who rise to fame, listen, the greatest managers in baseball are not the superstar athletes. They're the catchers. They're Joe Girardi is an exceptional manager because he was a catcher. He got to see the whole game.
The bench writers,
the guys who sit the bench. They make the good. They make the best day-to-day operations guys because they learn about the game. Kevin Feige, again, he saw the day-to-day operations of what goes on in a movie set. Of course he's going to
during the first few X-Men movies and Spider-Man and all that business. And wasn't even there during Blade as well?
Yeah,
Andre?
they're there.
Also, I don't recall if he was there, but definitely during X-Men. But yeah,
they're there during the good times. They're there during the good times and the bad times. They're there for winning and losing. They learn what works.
That's exactly right. Because here's like the thing that Feige, he wasn't just working for Lawrence Schuler Dollner. He was like soon swiped by Avi Arad, which is why he was there for like all of those Marvel movies early on, and he saw both what worked and what didn't. Plus, he's a fan. He is the rare combination of someone who knows his comic books, but who happened to go to business school, get like the proper education, and then work and get his merits in the industry, but at heart being a geek at the same time. Now, that is rare. That is exceedingly rare. I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen or that there aren't any other ones like him, but he's the only one to have like risen to the top of the industry, and it's that combination right there that has made it possible for him.
And that's right. And the best coaches love the game. The best coaches are fans of the game, and he is a fan of comics, and he loves superhero stories. It makes
Unwatched critic, you may not be a fan of sports, but I'm telling you, the two parallel each other. Movies and the movie industry and sports, they have a lot of parallels. Team building, putting teams together, getting the right players together, and executing.
And I see people getting just a little bit of pushback on the Dr. Zhivago thing. Nobody said it was a bad movie.
No, nobody said no.
I was just saying it wasn't the director's best movie. That's all. And no, like, and the point I think we're getting to is like Kathy at her point in her career, considering the career she's had, this is not the place for her. She should be making those like avant-garde-ish kind of like Oscar bait kind of crap that nobody ever fucking sees, that she just can produce because she's got fuck you money, right? Mm-hmm. You know, like the little odd producers doing later in their life. You know, they're like, this is a project I've always wanted to see. I know it's not going to make any money, but fuck it. You know, that's the kind of shit. I think it's Oscar bait, basically.
I trust Kathleen Kennedy to make a movie like Schindler's List. I wouldn't trust her to make Spider-Man.
Exactly my point. Like, yeah, stuff like The Color Purple. That's where she shines the best, where her ideology really feeds into the notion of what they're telling. And that's the thing. Yeah. Nobody's saying you can't make, and that's one thing we've always said is I have no problems with a movie that has a social commentary to it, but I expect that when I go see something like Milk or like Rob just brought up Schindler's List. What I don't expect is shit like that in my Star Wars. You know, it's like trying to mix, vegetables in with your Lucky Charms. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's does the movie do what you want it to do is the definition of success in any artistic endeavor. Am I promising you a horror movie? Well, then it's got to be scary, or it's got to have, chilling elements to it. And no, I'm not knocking Dr. Zhivago. I'm not. I love David Lean, but he's, he did Brief Encounter. He did Bridge Over the River Kwai. He did Lawrence of Arabia. He did some great films, some ones that I absolutely love and own. The point being, Dr. Zhivago is not a straight line to making Star Wars movies. No. And more importantly, it indicates a lack of interest in sci-fi or adventure or fantasy in general. And if that's true, sure, you can by accident make it. I'm sure, even in the heyday of Hollywood when people were running studios, it's like, well, I'm not a fan of this thing, but musicals seem to be in. And a really savvy producer makes sure that the best people make a musical. I'm not saying you have to be an expert on musicals to make them or whatever, but what you do have to have is team building skills, which Rob was saying is the sports analogy. But most importantly, you at least have to be a fan of the game. You have to give people what they want, not what you think is good for them. It's like a book publisher who keeps publishing the same book and going, no, you got to read this. It's good for you. And everyone's like, it feels like work to read it. Well, tough. Here's a sequel. Here's another. Eventually, I'm hoping in 10 years, you'll just accept what we give you.
Exactly.
That is the one word I have never heard anything associated with Kathleen Kennedy that's been said about her and about Star Wars and her fan. She says, "Oh, I understand how important a property is." I'm like, I don't care if you think it's an important property. I want to know, do you actually like this? Because if
Yes.
you have contempt for the material, it is never going to flourish.
I'm going to give you an analogy of what Kathleen Kennedy is. Kathleen Kennedy is somebody who grew up in a meat factory, but has never ever eaten meat. She has seen how it's made.
Mm-hmm.
She has seen, from point A, B to C to the final product, but she's never quite understood it because she's never liked it herself. And
can you
imagine?
Yeah.
She's never understood, even though she's hung out with arguably the greatest filmmaker of all time when it comes to genre films, Steven Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for 30 plus years. Yeah, nothing rubbed off on her.
You wonder if, like, Truth or Dare. Let's play Truth or Dare with her. I would love to have her sit down where you have to tell the truth, and someone does like almost an inside the actor studio thing. They go, Kathleen, have you ever watched a Star Wars movie just for enjoyment in your home? Have you ever just sat down and go, you know what? I'm going to watch Empire Strikes Back, and she has to tell the truth.
You want to know what?
I wonder what the answer would be.
She was one of those famous people in that group when George talks about, I'm willing to bet, when George talks about he showed the movie to everybody and nobody got it but Steven. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that story before. And all of his friends are like, what the fuck did you do, George? You
this will never be anything.
This is going to be, what the hell is this?
Somebody,
but Spielberg was the only one who saw the potential, and he's like, I see what you got here. And, and his, between, John.
Somebody
if there's
said
one person you want to see that, it's absolutely Spielberg. I mean, Spielberg, he even saw what they had in Paranormal Activity. He doesn't get credit for that, but the reason that movie was released in its form was also because of Steven Spielberg. He saw it and he got it. Not Kathleen Kennedy.
He has a great radar for that. He knows cinema. He knows the cinema language.
I keep saying, bringing up this name. I keep bringing this name. But if Kathleen Kennedy was a producer worth her salt, if she actually knew what she was doing, she would have swallowed her pride and picked up the phone and called Joe Johnston and said, "Listen, Joe, I know we've had our differences in the past, but I have I got this Han Solo movie coming. I think you'd be perfect for it," or something. Something.
Well, there's at least a half a dozen guys and gals that were involved with Star Wars in the past that I'm like, why aren't they involved now? We brought him up before. Ben Burt, who is, ironically, the voice of R2-D2, and he's not there.
The sound
anymore.
of Star Wars.
Exactly. He's the sound of Star Wars. Yeah. He's the third character when it comes to, the special effects, the music, and Ben Burt. Those three things are Star Wars. As George joked, in the making of episode 1, he's like, you're not watching the special effects or paying attention to the dialogue anyway. You're listening to the music.
That's right.
It didn't make
John Williams is the one that's amazing in every film. Yeah.
Gary Kurtz.
No, you're right.
Gary
well,
Kurtz,
but that's the thing is they did. Yeah, Gary Kurtz. He was the one who always said, no, George. Their arguments were famous, but he made George a better storyteller, it's very important too. As you get famous, it's very important, actually more important, to have people around you that are naysayers and that are people that just go, you know what, I know you want that, and most people will say go ahead and get it, but are you sure? And I think the best artists always keep those naysayers around them. Kurosawa has a very famous story. Akira Kurosawa, whenever he would write something or make a movie, he would always hire two people he respected to sit at the table with him. And if he was working on it, like Seven Samurai, he would turn to one of the two people and he'd be like, am I taking the easy way out? And they'd be like, yeah, you just want this to happen in the script. And he would constantly challenge himself until the end of his life. He always had someone who went, are you sure you want that? You sure you want that shot? Don't you think you're overindulging? And it forced him to go, even though I'm super, super duper famous and I can get whatever I want, I'm still answerable to this. And I think part of the problem with anything, look at Mel Brooks. Once Mel Brooks got incredibly rich, he goes and turns around and does a movie like that movie about life where it was supposed to be about homeless people or whatever. But you look at it and it's like, it's so tone deaf because he's lived in a mansion for 25 years and never met a poor person that you lose that edge. Mel Brooks is a genius, a comic genius, but he was when he was hungry. Back when he was doing Young Frankenstein and doing those, it was still boots on the ground. He met people that lived life and that had it. And you're always in danger when you're an executive like Bob Chapek, who I'm sure is, driven by a car from his house to Disney and never sees another human being, or even Kathleen, who's probably, so rich that she's probably not met anybody that owns a DVD. So the problem is you're surrounding yourself with people that are not boots on the ground fans, but also are not in a position where anyone's interest is served by going, that's a terrible idea, because what they'll do is go, you're fired.
I always, do you think the Beatles would have made half the records that they would have if George Martin wasn't their producer?
None. They would have made none, because George Martin A was a comedy guy. He did Peter Sellers comedy albums. That's why John wanted him. But B, he was a classically trained musician. And so he was the one who would say, John, Paul, let's put a little string quartet in there. Why don't you write for that? A regular rock producer would be like, you guys are great. Do whatever you want.
Exactly. Exactly. They had a guy. But I'm sorry. But they had a guy who was
tell the same story I am anyway.
No, go ahead. Go right.
No, I was going to say, I think the one time they tried bringing in that other producer, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was just fucking insane, and he put a bunch of speakers up all over the place and stuff like that. Wasn't
Magic Alex?
Yeah,
yeah. Well, see, but that's the problem is when you're dealing with real genius or a real great idea or great people with very strong personalities, you have to have someone around them that makes them behave. They tell that story when Billy Preston would come in and play piano and George Martin was there. They all were on their best behavior because oh God, we have a guest. Okay, we can't just do whatever we want, and that's why every Beatles album, George Martin told them, he goes, I don't want to hear a single. I want every single track on this album to be the single. Every single track has to be a hit. And what a great mandate. It's like most producers would be like, oh yeah, give me one hit for, you guys, but John do one thing and the rest we can do is filler. And George Martin was like, no, if the B-side's not as good as the A-side, we do it again.
Yeah, and that's I think that's a similar approach. I think what Kevin Feige is taking goes, I want every one of these movies, these properties to be the best it can be. Like you said, this is going to be
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have
He's
to
like,
bring
look,
that.
this is our legacy. Yeah, the next movie I make could be the last movie we ever do at Marvel. So it better be Infinity War. It better be Endgame. It better be next level. Everyone as good as possible, because if it isn't, it doesn't go. And to his credit, he built that whole sort of empire around it. And he got people that were very strong personalities. And I know some of the people that work for it, from Taika, Peyton to the Russo brothers, all these people marching in the same direction. And the geniuses, he made them all feel like they were speaking with their own voice and that they were making their own contribution, while at the same time making each film feel like it lives in the same universe.
I can't imagine.
That's what movies is. That's what movie making is.
I can't imagine what KK says. I mean, she's just a functionary. She doesn't have a philosophy. She has, her philosophy is to teach us what's right in her eyes. That's what.
Yes, and I honestly think she sees the movie for the first time in dailies. I think she probably doesn't read scripts, and she probably looks at it. And she was, and then she probably looked at Solo, and it was almost done, and she's like, "Wait, this is a comedy." And wait, you can't do this, and you can't do that. But I told you to hire this guy. Like, she's the one who forced them to hire the poor guy who had to play. No, the guy who had to play Solo. She was the one who was like, "This is the guy," And then it's like,
she was so wrong for that.
Yeah, and that's completely wrong. But go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was just saying, as soon as she became more hands off, but that's when things got a little better. But then she had to stick her nose back into business.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen is you become successful and the executives start paying attention. I mean, that's what John Cleese said about Monty Python. He's like, the first 2 seasons of Monty Python, no one at the BBC was watching. That's why they were so good.
I can't imagine. Like I said, she obviously didn't read the script for The Last Jedi. Otherwise, nobody. I don't understand. To me, it baffles me. 4 years later, how could it have turned out this bad? Nobody.
It's all about your ideology. That's why.
Yeah. I mean,
and we kept hearing that back. It was all about Rey. It was all about Rey. Remember,
who was really a surrogate for her. and
Yeah.
that's,
Exactly. So really, it's all about Kathleen. That's the whole thing. Like Star Wars is really about the extension of or on-screen representation of Kathleen Kennedy herself and her
Good
ideology, and that's pretty much it.
You know-
That's what she made Star Wars. She made
There's
it
the
about
legacy.
herself.
Yeah,
You're right. The
It's
legacy
her.
is
It's
this.
her saying how great she is.
Well, the legacy, here's the difference in the, Chapek said that they were both geniuses and both working. Here's the difference. I think you've distilled it perfectly. The legacy of Kevin Feige is that he made all the movies about the arcs and things of the characters and respected the fans. She made every movie about her and about her surrogate Rey, or deconstructing the story, or what I think Star Wars should be, not what Star Wars should organically have evolved into. It's like, no, I'm going to make it good for you. And the minute you try and make something quote unquote good for you, you ruin it.
Well, and what Kevin Feige did, and what I think this is where Kathleen really fucked up, and I think we can answer this question real quick for Luffy as God on screen here. Frank didn't have anything to do with Jaws or Close Encounters, first of all. He didn't come into the picture until Raiders. And
Frank's great. I love Frank.
Yeah. And as far as him having to do with the question here is, so he has pull on Spielberg. Ask Mr. Konkle if he heard these rumors about Frank actually directing those films. No. I don't think so. No.
No, Frank's great. And he started with Orson Welles. He was an assistant on an Orson Welles film. He actually had one come out on Netflix a couple years ago that he had started with. He's a terrific manager. And again, huge fan of genre movies. Super nice guy. He effortlessly can manage things. But no, I think you would have, with as much success as he's had as a producer, you would have seen him direct a movie if he had ghost directed other movies.
Oh, goddamn right, I'm a fucking legend.
Yeah.
Mr. Konkle, since you know him personally, how is our representation of Frank Marshall?
He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah, keep going.
Frank is actually, well, you know what? Frank is the guy who makes stuff happen for a creative person effortlessly, and you can tease him. I think there's a famous clip of George Lucas one time being interviewed on a red carpet, and Frank kind of teasing him behind him, and George just turns to him and goes, "I'm gonna crush you." He says to Frank, and Frank starts laughing. Frank's the kind of guy, at least from what little I know of him, he seems to me to be someone who has a radar for what's good, what people need on production. A good producer is just indispensable because they make stuff happen. They make the team feel like they're handled, but also if you turn out you need something the next day, it just shows up. And Frank strikes me as the kind of guy that you wouldn't work with him that many times if he didn't make that kind of stuff happen. Isn't that right, Frank?
You'd be surprised the shit I got to go through to get that crap to happen. But you know what? I never thought it was possible to fap to another man's voice, but we're done. Thank you for all the kind words, sir. I'm a fucking legend. Congo.
$9.99 on Amazon Blu-ray.
And
Frank
free right
makes
now
stuff
on HBO
happen.
Max. Oh yeah. Well, Frankie, we love Frankie. I mean, no, really, he's the one I believe that is kind of the more pull, the more talent, the one that the true visionary. He's the guy who's actually gone out there and made movies. He was the second unit director on a lot of Spielberg's movies. Most famously, he was a second unit director on Roger Rabbit, and he directed a lot of the shorts after that. So, like, the guy's got talent. He has an eye for talent. And what I was going to say before all that was, when Spielberg, or with Kevin Feige, when he came in, he got guys right off the bat like Jon Favreau, and
Feige has a great eye.
And he had Kenneth Branagh, and he had Joe Johnston, as Rob mentioned earlier. And those three guys really kind of kicked off the tone for the Marvel Universe. Yeah. And from that point, then Kevin's like, all right, we've got the tone set, the table set. Now I'm going to bring in these new voices. But he didn't just go grab guys like Rian Johnson. He went and got guys like James Gunn and he got what's his face who did his name just escaped me. Payton Reed,
the Russo brothers.
The other guy, Payne is his last name. I can't think of it.
Because this actually covers the question that Tobias the Wolf asked in his super chat earlier. Namely, should we be happy that Kevin Feige is taking on Star Wars? Isn't he a mad SJW? Was the question that Tobias asked. And I think that before he's an SJW, to use your term, he's a great filmmaker and storyteller. And or more importantly, he may not be a great filmmaker storyteller himself, but he knows what story needs to be told, and he knows which resources and who can tell the story.
Tom, that's the difference. Frank Marshall is one of the best producers to ever live. I mean, this guy did Back to the Future. I mean, he did Indiana Jones. I mean, all these different. He's clearly not only a great producer, but has great taste. And I think, if Kevin took over, I doubt he's going to take over Star Wars, to be honest. He's got his hands full with Marvel stuff. But if he did take over, I would trust him to do service to the material first and worry about any sort of agenda later. And to me, that's the huge difference.
Yeah. What we have heard is that Kevin Feige, he has been, and this is just rumor, so usual grain of salt applies, is that he has in secret been helping out Jon Favreau behind the scenes the whole time, that he's given some tips and some pointers here, just like here and there, just like he has with Sony and their Venom verse.
I don't doubt that. I mean, Peyton crossed over from Marvel and directed the final episode of
it's all the Marvel guys.
It's Marvel guys.
It's Marvel guys. And with them comes Kevin Feige, who is not credited for what he did for The Mandalorian and all of that, but apparently he's had a very, very big role behind the scenes, uncredited. And then he will formally only be producing one movie. But behind the scenes, I think he's had far more to do. Yeah, for now.
That's what I say. That's what I love. And I'll tell you right now, you want to know the truth? I think that whole interview was something to placate KK's ego. I really do. I think her feelings got hurt because his news overshadowed the High Republic, and she pissed and moaned. So they had him go out there, do this little puff piece interview. And in it, they specifically made sure they asked him if he was going to produce any more Star Wars movies than one. And he just specifically had to make a point that it was only one.
Right.
And one only. And that
I don't want to threaten anybody.
Set up. Yeah. I was just like in the timing of it.
Yeah. I would not be surprised. And, corporate politics are very intricate, and you don't want people to get butthurt about stuff. So probably they went and said, you know what, let's not threaten things. He's just doing one. I'm not saying you're doing a bad job, and egos are at play.
Yeah,
absolutely. Indeed. I think we found Kathleen Kennedy in the chat. Here we go. Hey, Kathy.
Which Tom? Probably me. Which Tom was a loser?
I don't know. He might be me. I'm sure I got a few. I do the troll.
It might be one of Shane's friends from yesterday.
I was going to say, is that you, Shane? Damn it, Shane.
See, I always say that I picture Frank Marshall just like being this really chill dude, just hanging out by the pool with like a drink in his hand. Kathleen Kennedy's coming home. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe what's going on in the studio. And Frank's just sitting there, hey, honey, how was work today?
Well, that's because I gave you that idea.
I bet they don't even talk about it, to be honest. I bet there's such a division. They're like, look, I don't want to talk about it when you get home. It's like, let's just do other stuff, because it seems like Frank, everything I see Frank doing. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's going to live that enough at daytime, and seeing the response, seeing she goes in to see her Oscar YouTube video, and wherever she pops up, her Twitter stands aren't there to support her like every other social media or video outlet. It's all just protest against her. It's all fade in and all you ruined Star Wars and the quote from Gina Carano.
It's migrated over to the main Disney YouTube site now too. Somebody pointed out to me, which is interesting. So it's hitting them pretty hard. Sean Gilbert brought up that they lost my wife, my daughter, and we changed my grandson's first birthday from Mando theme to Jurassic Park. I'll be programming him myself. Well, I wouldn't program the kid, but give him choices, and definitely good choices. But you know what? I bet Frank would be more than tickled to hear that he switched from Star Wars to Jurassic. Frank's been overseeing the Jurassic series as Kathy's been overseeing Star Wars. So
and that's the other thing too, Tom, is that we have so many more choices now in terms of entertainment. I mean, and you were saying on High Council the other night, it says about, you want good Star Wars, go watch Mobile Suit Gundam. I mean, you were saying, Rob's a fan of that. I'm like, you're damn right, I'm a fan. It's fucking awesome. Pardon my language. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are so many things. Star Wars is no longer the big dog on the entertainment landscape anymore.
No, they're not. They were at one time, and then Marvel took its place, and now it's almost like a far cry from Marvel anymore.
Yeah. And I could tend. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, as someone who has a boy who was exactly my age when I fell in love with Star Wars, Marvel is the Star Wars for that generation. That's what they talk about. That's what they do. They haven't gotten their interest until Mandalorian. Now my son does have a Mandalorian poster, and he is into that. But I think, Marvel supplanted it because the mythology in Marvel was such a great deep dive for, guys to talk about, with his friends and discuss, what's going to happen with this or that. And it kind of did exactly what Star Wars had done, which is just build this positive mythology and gave great, heroes you could look up to. And somehow they lost their way on it.
Yeah. Well, and I think kind of the whole thing to kind of maybe even wrap this portion of this up and kind of move through to the next parts. Really, let's be real. What the fuck was Bob supposed to say? You know, like, was he supposed to go, oh, well, Kathy has had a lot of missteps on Star Wars, but we're confident that the future is in good hands. What is he supposed to fucking say? Like, really? And
this is... sorry. I was just supposed to because again, keep in mind the audience. This isn't something to placate the fans. He doesn't care about the fans one iota here. This is a conference that's for the industry and it's for the investors. The investors are listening. He can't go and say, we kind of registered that the sequel trilogy, that was kind of like a bonfire. And the audience were cut in half from the first to the last movie in it. The High Republic thing, well, that was a complete washout, wasn't it? Of course, there is the Mandalorian, but we fired one big lead, and the other, the kid, you'll never see him again. So, yay! Excited for the future. It's like he's not going to say that business. Because he tanked the Disney share price just by saying that. He has no other choice but to tell investors who don't follow everything as closely as us that, we have such an amazing team. Both Kevin Feige and Kathleen Kennedy, they do such an incredible job. Because that is the message that they want investors to hear. That is what they need to prop up the share price. The share price that's going to keep the company alive until they can actually start earning money again. And that's at least my take.
It's absolutely. Anything else, as you say, would be bad business. The face that you show your investors or the people that are putting money into your company, you never go negative. No matter what's going on, it could, like I say, it could be on fire behind you, and it's basically Frank Drebin and Police Squad going, "There's nothing to see here. Move on." With people screaming and things on fire, you're just not going to see it. So it really, it's nothing to be surprised about. It's nothing to be outraged about because it's tone deaf to those of us on the user side of this. On the people that are watching this, sure, we're like, wait a minute, but for an investor Morgan Stanley meeting, par for the course. In fact, he's still kind of learning the ropes to run Disney, so he's going to be much more guarded and play it safe.
Yeah. The only time I ever seen an employee turn against the company was when Howard was on Letterman one time. And this is during the 80s. He goes, Letterman says, you work for NBC. You were NBC Radio. Well, how do you like it over there? Honestly, Dave, I hate it. I think it sucks. I think that everybody here's a bunch of creeps. And you know what? You were saying the exact same thing to me, Dave. And Letterman's like, everything's great. I couldn't be happier. You know, just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because also, if he were to be a little bit too honest, if he were to say something along the lines of, like what I suggested earlier, the share price would sink by, 10 points or something like that?
Yeah.
Then the board of directors would have a very serious conversation with Bob Chapek afterwards. His tenure as CEO might be very, very short. Not for insulting Kathleen Kennedy in any way, but for tanking Disney's share price by being a little bit too honest for comfort. And also, if he were to be too honest, it might be really, really awkward in cocktail parties later on. Is that a factor too, Mr. Konkle?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. There would be a quick meeting called and go, well, he just cost us how many millions? And you would have seen the tank out. It would be unprofessional. As much as we want truth telling, you are a CEO of a very major corporation, and you absolutely have to keep the ship looking as if it's completely intact. And even if there is problems behind the scenes, you do not want that to be part of the conversation when you're dealing with it. And I absolutely agree with you, Andre.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to bring up something, again, not to go too political or controversial here, but like I noticed for a lot of years, a lot of people were saying certain things about a certain person in the White House when their egos are just as fragile. And clearly a lot of times these puff pieces and these incidences where they say these things that are clearly just smoke and mirrors, it is that. It's catering to the ego of a very big baby. And it's, again, we're at this point where obviously we all know he's full of shit. You know, we know he's not going to come out and say the truth. There's things that, you know, we've heard, and I've started to hear even more lately from people that it's just insane how things are kind of turning. But I mean, the amount of fear out of people behind the scenes about the kind of toxicity that she wages in her wake is just astounding. And she's somebody that you can tell who's like a Cartman. She cannot handle being told, no, you're wrong, you're doing something wrong. And like, she literally has to have people go out there and, you know, reinforce that she's doing the right thing. You know, like, she needs to be reassured. And I guarantee you she's throwing fits, and like, what's his face, the character Tom Cruise has in Tropic Thunder.
Oh yeah.
What the hell? Help me out here, Andre. You know the name of the character.
Les Grossman.
Les Grossman. Like, why do you think so many people were friends with Harvey Weinstein and didn't do shit about him for years? Because outside of the, indiscretions we shall not speak about because the YouTube gods hate it, he was just like the rest of them. He was just as ruthless, just as mean, just as cunning, just as fucking dickhole-ish as everyone else. The only difference between Weinstein and the rest of them is he wore that shit on his fucking sleeve. The rest of them are more fucking conniving because they do that shit behind the doors that nobody sees. Like, I guarantee you there was this little Mean Girls meeting where Kathy's like, yep, we're going to get rid of that bitch. Fuck her. Gina's gone. This is going to fuck everything up for them. I guarantee you that meeting went down. And because all these producers are mostly like Weinstein out there. They don't give a fuck. They only give a shit about themselves. It's all about their ego, and it's all about them at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's definitely ruthless people in Hollywood.
John Peters, and you know, the list goes on. And now, again, don't get me wrong, there's probably plenty of great producers out there that, you know, don't make a lot of waves. Like, look at Frank Marshall. He's done a ton of great shit, but you don't see him out there like, you know, got a ton of puff pieces out there about him, do you?
No,
No.
not at all. He's a great guy. He's a straight ahead, straight shooter. And I've worked for incredible producers. I will say I've been doing this 25 years. I've been really lucky. There's only been a few that, you know, are the throw a fit and fire somebody the first day so they fear you kind of guys. Most of them, women and men, have been amazing producers to work with. And, you know, you work with them time and time again because they are just good people and they're good at their job. The problem is a lot of the high profile ones, the personality, you know, quote unquote ones like Harvey, those are the ones everyone thanks at the Academy Awards, but then those are the ones they get thrown under the bus after a certain period of time because it's like, well, you're like me, but you got caught.
Yep, and they try to act so.
Yeah, who was surprised by that? I would love to know who was surprised by that.
Nobody. And Heather was right about this. KK cares more about her ego and getting her way than the financial help of her company. In fact, I'll go one step further. She'll even care more about it at the detriment of the financial health of the company. And, you know, like, because when we started hearing certain things coming out from the camp, it's like, that just doesn't make no goddamn sense. But it makes total sense if you think about it from their chaotic point of view that we saw on display like last night. You know, like that's the hoops that some of these people will go through. And if you're a narcissist, oh man, you can't imagine the hoops that certain people will go through to come to their own conclusions.
Indeed,
yeah, absolutely.
The ego can be a fragile thing, and many are very, very happy to let others foot the bill to preserve their own ego. Never underestimate that. And with that, I think we've said about all we can say about this particular topic. So let's do a couple of super chats before we move on to the next. Ion Vortex Production says, talk about the District 10 screen in the works. Real quickly. Tom, District 10, what's up with that?
Me or the other Tom?
Well, either of you.
Well, we knew about it a long time ago. Unfortunately, we didn't get the interview out in time. But it's not. It was probably one of Hollywood's worst kept secrets that Blomkamp had been working on District 10 for a while. But as we heard through an interview with his wife and writing partner, and other things that we'd heard lately, that it's been something that he's been working on. It was just a matter of waiting for it to get. I don't know if it was so much the funding, but the green light, which is, I guess, is partially the funding. And I think that's what happened. I think that it finally got the green light. What do you think, Andre?
Yeah, I guess so. That it's progressing forward after a long period of the development, and cool. Looking forward to it. I guess I'm not that big a fan of the District 9 as many other people, but hey, bring it on. And I hope it will be great. And I hope that it will open many doors for Blomkamp, who I think is a great filmmaker, who just happens to have made some poor choices in which movies to bring to the big screen. And we have suffered from that, and that has cost us both RoboCop and Alien. Yeah. Both properties, which I think would have been in far better hands with him than with anyone else. So
I'd even go a step further. He's a guy they should have went after for Star Wars.
Oh, he could have done that too. Yeah.
But Tom, do you know anything about District 10?
Well, I love Neil's stuff. In a weird way, he's kind of the James Cameron of South Africa, in that he not only gets how to do an effects movie, but he's a super fan. He draws out his own stuff. He designs and draws his own technologies, character stuff. He's just completely involved in the DNA of whatever he creates. I think, it is a very smart move for Neil at this point to go back and revisit something that was super successful like District 9. And the reason for that is it's not selling out to do a sequel, it's buying in to give him some clout to do, as you say, a bigger project like Aliens or RoboCop. He needs to get that financial clout again and be able to point to a very recent project and go, hey, look, I made this movie, it came in on budget, it cost this much and it made this much, can I please do this other project? And unfortunately he has a couple of projects now where they didn't do well financially and they weren't well received. And in Hollywood, you're only as good as your last film. So no one looks at, District 9 and goes, oh, I see the potential. They go, what has he done lately? And they look at, the Jodie Foster thing that he did or the other stuff. And it didn't do as well. So I think for him, he probably has a great idea, and he's probably like, hey, I can revisit this, but also just as an artist, it makes complete sense because you want to have the cachet to turn around and go, okay, that did well. I want to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it happens and it does well for him, because I would love to see him get the opportunity to do some of those other projects we discussed. Rob, have you even seen District 9? I don't know if you have.
Yeah, actually, I have seen it. It's actually, I really like it.
Okay. Yeah. See, I haven't seen Elysium. I just got it on 4K Blu-ray because Mr. H insisted. But I actually enjoyed Chappie quite a bit, and I think Chappie
is good. Yeah,
I think Chappie's done a lot
it.
better on video than it did in theaters. Because I know a lot of people who like that movie.
Yeah, a lot of people.
I will forever be grateful for Chappie for introducing me to The Antwoord, which I think are great. That's
is funny because that's some people's biggest point of contention with that movie too, Andre.
Yeah, no, but they are better musicians than their actors for sure. But the movie was written up around them, and I felt it worked pretty well. Like when I first saw it, and I had no idea who the hell they were. Didn't really distract from anything, and when I checked out their music and was blown away by that, then all good in my book.
Yeah. And as Captain Robert April says, we should celebrate. Rob has seen a movie we discussed. For those who don't know, Rob is notorious for not watching anything.
Yeah, you go long enough, eventually you'll get to one phrasing.
And Fractal Jack, I dug into my savings, and I'm going to be eating hot dogs till the end of the month. But yes, I got a TV. I figured it out.
A TV, and he was just about to watch my movie. You were about to watch my movie on your new TV.
Yeah, I had a whole weekend planned out. When I had free time, I was going to watch Coming to America 2. I was going to watch Tom's movies and Elysium for Mr. H, so we could talk about that. And of course, what happens?
Anyway. Amazon Prime is purging all the indie features and not accepting indie documentaries or short films anymore. You cannot get them on Amazon Prime.
Which is something we're going to get into real shortly, but we got a couple more super chats, I think, right, Andre? Just before
Absolutely.
We can do a couple more before we get into the Amazon story, which is a real bummer. Before then, though. Shogun, not Shotgun Gaming, sends 14 Danish krone super sticker of the unicorn, so tusen takk. Laserpan says, we already went through that one about Chapek being full of, amber turd. And Ion Vortex Productions says, by the way, I've been watching since the Fant 4-stick retrospective. First time being able to catch you guys live. Oh, thank you, Ion. Great to have you here.
Wow, cool.
And the Seaman says for $5, Tropic Thunder, Les Goodman film with Tom Cruise needs to happen. Les Grossman, you mean? Yeah, we need Les Grossman standalone movie. Absolutely. Master Clockwork says we live in a post-joke world. Thime Bear says allegedly Kathleen Kennedy has evidence that would lead to the arrest of Hillary. Should be fun. I'm not going to get into that, but who knows? And Lubor Kambal says for €2, is Daisy Ridley snow addict? Well, that depends on what kind of snow you are referring to, but not that I know, at least.
She enjoys skiing. I don't know.
And
I did this movie called Alive where it was on top of a mountain and it was all white, and I thought it was a different mountain than it was. Let me tell you what. Yeah. That's the kind of mountain that she's on.
And I'm a Unicorn says, let's hear it for Bob Chapek. Ride that Kathleen caboose. Yeah, we already heard about that. And then Mills says, so let's talk about this fictional JJ Trek 4. We're going to get into that a little bit later on.
Yeah, they had to do that just to fuck with a video I had written the other day that was just about probably ready to go, and then
yeah, close to it, but not. But luckily, I was too late. So we didn't put up a video saying, "Oh, Star Trek 4 still has no funding." So yeah, well, we'll get into that. And BK0271 says, "Hail Midnight's Edge. Isn't Chapek's support of KK a huge slap to the face to Jon Favreau? Do you expect him to quit Disney soon?" And the answer is no, it's not a slap to him at all, because he praised Favreau as well, and as we've already covered, he had to say those things as chairman of Disney because he has to prop up the share price. He cannot say a single thing bad about a studio head in public because that's going to bring down the share price. That's the last thing that Disney needs right about now. So no, that's not a slap in the face. I don't think that Jon Favreau is going to quit anything anytime soon, and if he does, it's not going to be for that. Stephanie Elnisek, Smuggler's Cantina, says for $9.99, thank you so much. I knew it was you, Kathy. You broke my heart. I've seen this kind of thing before in DC, both in Congress and the White House. Kiss of death. And Mr. Tickletrunk says, comedy idea. Put Steven Seagal, Christopher Walken, Shia LaBeouf, Tom Hanks, and Shatner in a room and just wait. You won't even need writers. Robert says, hey, Konkle, glad you're back. How many more cancelled people until this woke crap is abandoned? What say you about that, Mr. Konkle?
That's a terrific question. I think there is going to become a backlash. Even in the artistic community, you're starting to see rumbles of it. I even saw Bill Maher do a piece about how ridiculous cancel culture can become because by its nature, creativity needs to address taboos. People are not their comment, that they make 10 years ago. People evolve. We cannot have mob rule. We cannot change our society from being guilty until proven innocent, because you can wreck someone's life based on hearsay. You can basically make a statement about someone now, and the mob will go after them, destroy not only their career but their opportunity to even be employed in the future. And then later, very quietly, sometimes you hear, "Oh yeah, no, there was nothing to that. They were lying," or "No, they're pretty good people. They're okay." And of course, the damage has been done. And I think the wrong people are going to start to be victims of cancel culture. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be this outcry of, no, it's innocent until proven guilty, which is the way it should have been all along.
Yeah, actually, that happened. That's how the Me Too movement ended. I can tell you the exact moment. You'll notice that that a certain governor of a certain state that's big in the East Coast, the term "Me Too" isn't used against the allegations against him that no one's denying, because as Kamran Pasha pointed out when he was here on Wednesday. The Me Too movement is no more. And I've been saying this for a while, and I can point to exactly the moment that it ended. And that was exactly as you said, Tom. It was the moment when a certain person currently residing in the White House, when that person was Me Too'd, that moment you needed evidence. That moment due process was needed.
Yeah,
and that was the end.
And it didn't happen. Yeah, it was the end of the whole thing. And it began, I think, ending when was it who was it? Asia Argento? Someone, an actress who was big in the Me Too. She got caught in bed with the kid that played a young Kirk. Yeah.
That'd be the
young
one.
Jim Kirk was in there, and it was like, wait a second. Yeah, it's like, wait a second, you're doing it, So yes, I think it fizzled out. The cancel culture thing is a powerful phenomenon fed by social media. Outrage now is outsourced to these various platforms, and I think the problem is we haven't evolved as a society enough to address the problems. What we've done is we've created a digital lynch mob. And we have to be very, very careful about what we say, because everything now is twisted. And they don't just go after and say, no, I don't like that idea. We've actually given people the power to destroy your entire career, your entire life, because you decide, no, you're not going to work again. You're not going to, I don't like your idea. In the free market of ideas, you can't have that idea. And not only that, you won't be able to feed your family. And that is a very dangerous place to be right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Moving on from there, we're going to do a couple of more before we get into the next topic. Marek Barishk says for 25 Polish zloty, quoting Stanislav Lem, "Until I started using the internet, I hadn't known there were so many idiots in the world." Yeah, that's a problem with information.
Well, as Tommy Lee Jones said in Men in Black, people are dumb.
Yeah.
They're scared, crazy animals, and they'll panic at any point. But a person is smart. There you go. Yeah. I know I fucked that whole quote up.
And Lord Trinan says for $5, $5 for another great stream. And please let Kamran know that my antivirus won't let me visit his site. Is antivirus canceling people? I don't know about that, but Lord Trinan, rest assured that I have already informed our good friend Kamran Pasha that AVG antivirus does not respond well to his site, so he is informed of it.
Yeah, and I believe this all corresponded with his whole removal from Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, there seems to be some shenanigans going on there, and he talked a little bit more about that on the show we were on. I believe it was Wednesday he was on? Yeah, Wednesday.
It was Wednesday. Of course, if that's a complete coincidence or something, I don't know. So since it's just
right, we have no proof.
Yeah. Again, it's just this one antivirus. Then we should be very careful about making any.
Well, it's not just that. I guess people were when you go to it, it comes up as like a protected. Like, are you sure you want to advance? This is an unprotected site, and it could potentially blah blah blah, all that kind of.
Yeah, that's that one antivirus. If you don't have that one, you get nothing. You just go in as usual. So yeah, it's a bit difficult to say anything specific about that, but I have let him know. And Darking616 says, very late here, I'm going to conk out. Well, I hope you listen to this in the morning.
I've certainly conked out.
Konkle out? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've conkled a room a few times. Yeah, I conk out every night.
Yeah. And then Thunderstorm says, I prefer a helpful culture. #help someone. Now, yes, that would make the world a better place if people could get that trending and actually live by it.
Right.
And then Brian Tuttle says for $6.99, sponsored by the money I would have spent on Disney Plus.
There you go.
But that he evidently isn't going to do. And then Thunderstorm says, why isn't Disney unleashing their film production and trying to corner the market instead of waiting years to create? Well, actually, they are working pretty steadfast behind the scenes. I mean, they have loads of content for Disney Plus already. I believe they have finished shooting the Boba Fett series, so I think they're pretty hard at work already.
Yeah, they're well into production.
So. Yeah, I think so. There will be no shortage of Disney productions coming in the next few years, let's say. And with that, let us move into the next topic of today, which is then heading from Disney over to Amazon. More specifically, how Amazon has recently employed some rather hostile practices for independent filmmakers and independent cinema. Tom Konkle, because we have two Toms here. Can't you tell us a little bit about how their model was before and what they have done now, and how that affects filmmakers such as yourself?
Yeah. Well, over 80% of households, I think, have Amazon Prime, and part of that membership allows you to stream movies, which were monetized to a small degree. Pennies on the hour, but they were a huge audience, a vital audience to find as a filmmaker. If you were not a big studio film, and that has existed for a long time. What's been happening recently is, no independent filmmaker would expect, your biggest, your most important platform, which was Amazon, to ghost you. We provided everything they required, for delivery requirements. When you deliver a movie, you have to, it has to technically be correct. It has to have subtitles. You pay for insurance on it, all these different things. And then you put it up on the platform so that Amazon has something to show. They have one of the largest libraries of films that they built this whole platform on. And what's happened during the pandemic, starting just before it, probably in 2019, is really a pandemic purge. And what's happened with it is Amazon started lowering the amount that they paid per hour. And then very suddenly they decided, we're not going to take any independent documentaries anymore. We're not going to take any more short films. My own film, Trouble Is My Business, was distributed by a real distributor. It had an actual distributor. The black and white version existed only on Amazon Prime. And 2 days ago, I got the message, we're sorry, this title is not available in your location. No letter, no comment. It's at 100% Rotten Tomatoes right now. It had a 4-star rating on it. I was super grateful that people were liking it. It was doing well. There's no objective reason why, you can say, oh, well, nobody's watching it or it's not any good. No, this was a film that was doing reasonably well. It's an okay movie. They took it down. And they're doing that over and over again on highly rated films, on films that people are enjoying. They're just disappearing under the auspices that, well, you know what, we've built this this platform. We used to be able to let people upload their independent product, or a distributor could take an independent movie and find the biggest audience, really build that audience through Amazon. Because the key when you're a filmmaker and you don't have Disney behind you is find your audience, build your audience, go where the people already are. You don't put your movie up on some website, like tomkonkle.com, and hope that somebody goes, I wonder if there's a tomkonkle.com and I'll go watch this movie. No, you go where the movies are, which is Amazon. And it at least created a level playing field for a while, and it built their platform. Well, a couple days ago, no letter, no explanation, it's gone. And basically what that does is Amazon can take your business and just shut it down. You're using their platform. It's certainly their right to do so. But what does it say that a company like Amazon, who certainly wasn't hurting for money during the pandemic, has suddenly decided, you know what? We're going to just stop. We're not going to provide a platform for the films. We appreciate that you helped us build this company. We've taken a percentage of every movie, but now we're just going to leverage that independent film community and then drop them because we don't want you anymore and we don't need you anymore. And what really hurts us is the last 2 years, all of my advertising that I pay for, in addition to the distributor, I pay for advertising because I'm trying to get my stuff seen. All of it points to go watch it at this link on Amazon. So all of it is negated. 2 years of work, building links, building ads, pointing people to it. Every review that I got that was good pointed to the Amazon Prime link. It's all useless now because the landing page, when you go to it, the film, you can't watch it. So they basically have the power to take independent voices and go, you're out of business today, and we don't, and there's nobody you can talk to. You can't call someone at Amazon. You can't, there is no there. You're just out of business. And that's happening right now. They will no longer accept independent documentaries. They won't take your short film, and your film could disappear tomorrow regardless of how well it performs. And that is scary.
That brings me to a question. So it was obviously not just your movie, but all independent movies. Where do they put the limit between what's independent and what's okay? Do they have like a white list of these studios are okay, and everything underneath, say A24, that's a no-go? Like, exactly where is the limit there?
I would imagine that you've got your majors that they probably have deals with that pay on a very, I think where it breaks down is on the monetization lines. I think in order to take a very large library, like say a Paramount library, they're paying at a different rate. So they're looking at the rate of what they have to pay out or what they're licensing it, and that's the determining factor. However, this is interesting. Because there's so many other places you can go to stream, and so many other studios are pulling out their own libraries to put on their own platform, Amazon could be shooting themselves in the foot, because Amazon Studios actually puts out very little product, very little film, very little television series. So they're really reliant on Warner Brothers, on Paramount, on all these other companies to provide content, to have a reason to go to the Amazon Prime platform. Now, what I think they've done is simply eliminated there's a portal that even, a filmmaker somewhere, in the Midwest can upload their film, find an audience, monetize it. That portal is going to be shut down. If you have a documentary that you did that's very interesting about a niche thing that you want to get up and have people see, you just get a message now when you log into the Amazon portal. It's Amazon Prime Video Direct, I think is the name of the portal. You'll just get a message saying, we're sorry, we're no longer accepting films. On the other side, on a film like mine, which was distributed by a mini major distributor, what's happened is probably they went, well, it's black and white. It's not a studio film. We've made our money over the last 2 years. We'll just drop it, and we don't have to give a reason. And yeah, that's their right. Is it good business? I don't know. Is it devastating to somebody that needs that algorithm that Amazon provides, where it's like, oh, hey, if you enjoyed LA Confidential, you might like Tom Konkle's Trouble Is My Business. That's gone. And more importantly, as I say, every review that I got on Rotten Tomatoes or anything, the link sends you to that place. So they took my cash register away. If somebody wanted to watch it in black and white, there is literally nowhere except on Blu-ray and DVD you can see it now. It's gone.
Speaking of it being gone, it's gone from Amazon, and that's I get that is like the largest distribution, or was the largest distribution for independent features such as yours, such as Trouble Is My Business. Without Amazon, what is left? Now, you can obviously not see the black and white version just yet anywhere, but where else is your movie available right now, and how do those places compare to what Amazon could offer?
Fortunately, yes, it is other places. You can see it on Tubi TV, which is what's called AVOD, and what that means is advertising video on demand, which is very much like cable was in the 90s. On Tubi, you can watch Trouble Is My Business. It is in color because Tubi would not accept a black and white new film. Most streaming services will not accept a new film made in black and white. I found that out the hard way. Fortunately, I did it in both color and black and white. But Tubi is very good. It's very good to independent filmmakers. It does run commercials, but those commercials, you get pennies on the dollar for each commercial that runs during your film. You can see it there. You can see it on Apple TV, which was at one point iTunes, but they've migrated most of it. It's on Fandango now, which unfortunately that was driven by ticket sales at a movie theater. They would give you credits when you bought a ticket, and then they would suggest independent films like, hey, if you bought a ticket to this gangster movie or something, here's somebody that made an independent film about gangsters. We'll give you credit towards renting it. You could stream it. It's on Vudu. It's on Google Play. It's on all these other platforms, but they pale in comparison to the quick availability on Amazon. You can see Trouble Is My Business a lot of great places like Plex. It's in many different platforms, but the only place it was in black and white was on Amazon. So definitely please enjoy it. You can do a transactional version of the color version on Amazon, but that is a rental. That's not streaming. You would have to rent it for like $2 to watch it. And for an independent film, for people to push that button, you'd have to go, oh, I like Vernon Wells, or I know Tom Konkle, or whatever. It's a lot harder to make that decision than it would be to just have it available streaming. I am going to do other things with it. I'm going to put it on other platforms. It certainly is in physical media, but it's on most of the other streaming platforms. It is, however, in color, so you'd have to enjoy it on a different level. It was intended to be in black and white, but I would point people to Tubi as being a great place to see it. Physical media, of course, and then just any of your typical streaming platforms. It's showing in color. Not a lot of them, though, are available as just part of a subscription VOD, which is what Amazon was. These are transactional. If you went to Vudu or Google Play, you would have to rent my movie, and that's a lot harder for a movie. You know, mine's not a Marvel movie. It doesn't have huge names in it. Right. You'd have to go, oh, I have to check this out.
Yeah,
you'd have. Yeah, it would take a much greater level of commitment, because it's like fine if you have like a subscription to Amazon and you can check out as much as you want anyway. Correct. Because you're already paid up for the month, rather than
it helps
paying transactionally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It definitely helps, and as a filmmaker, as I'm growing, even though I'm in Hollywood, you still have to get seen and get noticed. And you know, when it's like, oh, Tom's done a feature and it did reasonably well, you want as many people as possible to see it. It's less about the money and more about, oh yeah, I saw that was decent. I'm going to give you a chance to make another film. So when you take away another place that someone could very easily see your work, it really concerns all filmmakers, documentary filmmakers, independent filmmakers. It concerns us that a vital part of our business, an outlet where most people are that could see your film, when that goes away and it's arbitrary, you know, it's quote unquote, well, it's no longer available. Well, there's no one you can call and ask why. It really can hurt, because you also lose the algorithm of finding like-minded people. It's like, oh, you liked this film, maybe you might like our film. Right.
And I mean, I kind of posited a few ideas of possibly why this could be. Sure. One of which I thought was maybe because being a more independent distributor, they may not have as good of a deal with them as they do through some of the big majors. So it's probably a little bit more of a pain in the ass to deal with paying out. And they maybe have to pay out a little bit more or what have you. Outside of that, I know it may just be something to do with server space, because recently Amazon has been a big hub for, let's put it this way, just about anywhere you watch anything digital, chances are 75% chance it's streaming from Amazon initially, because they
That's true. It could also...
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it could also be that they're not liking what some of the independent documentaries are positing as content. There may be contrary voices to a woke mentality. It could also be that it's a way of truly cutting off a diverse amount of ideas, because by curating this, you can make it as woke as you want, or you can make it align with whatever political philosophy is going on, and no one has direct access to make a documentary and go, no, here's a different idea, or here's something I've exposed. It's another idea or another way of looking at this. If we did a documentary about what we think about what's going on at Lucasfilm, you couldn't upload it. Now, you could have years ago, but now you wouldn't even have the option of having your voice heard as a documentary. You can't put it on there.
Right, and we don't know for sure, but again, these are all just possibilities. But I brought up my reason because I know MGM and a bunch of other companies lately, they're doing these deals with Amazon where Amazon's hosting their digital library, is what I was trying to say, basically. And I'm curious if that might be one of the reasons why they're pushing off a lot more of the independents, so they have room for the for these kind of deals instead. And then again, I think also it may have something to do with what you're saying, Tom, very much so, is that it's easier to control than what's on their service then.
Yeah. As for me, I kind of am more inclined to believe this controlling what's on your service, because honestly, more servers, Amazon is not struggling. Amazon can afford more servers. Like, we would even hear about it, and they'd create God knows how many more. What's beyond terabytes?
Right.
But like, so something massive. I mean, like, these guys, they practically own a chunk of the internet. So I don't think that that's an issue at all. What I'm curious to know, and again, this goes back to what we've said with own your physical media, because they can take away anything else at a moment's notice.
That's right.
Has anything else been purged apart from independent movies that aren't beholden to, the cause making the rounds in Hollywood? Has something else you know of, like, suddenly disappeared, of things that may be considered, problematic or not falling in line?
Well, aside from, features, obviously a lot of documentaries are disappearing. The short films, which of course is the training ground for a lot of filmmakers, being able to monetize those was the lifeblood. Every movie that we love, every director that we're going, God, I love their stuff. They all started making a short or an independent film. And so, Amazon and these other streaming services need to understand independent filmmaking is literally the engine that drives and finds the people that eventually become the studio films, that drives the industry forward. And so as things disappear, like short films, like documentaries, you're going to see a much more difficult money path, or even discovery path, to find people. Where are the next filmmakers going to end up? We don't know. All the platforms are fragmented. You have absolutely no chance of getting an independent film on like a Paramount Plus or a thing without them actually being the distributor, without oversight. In fact, Netflix sent me a thing saying, look, we'd love to have some of your films, but on your next film, you need to have at least one Netflix executive as the oversight, as the producer of your movie, even though it's independent. And we have to, have input at every level. This is the equipment you have to use. These are the cameras you have to use. They have an entire brief for it. So is that independent? I don't know. Is that what?
Have you read that brief?
Oh yeah, it's published. You can even search for approved cameras for Netflix, or Netflix requirements for producing. It's not really a hidden thing.
Okay, yeah, because then you have like all of the technical requirements, and I can kind of understand why they would.
And then you need the oversight. Yeah, you have to have oversight. If I were to start something, literally an executive from Netflix.
Yeah. That, of course, is a far bigger thing, because what are the things that those creatives would demand to get in there?
Well, you'd be developing their properties. You'd be answerable to them. The irony would be your independent film would become a corporate product before it was even made.
Exactly.
And so there's a sameness that will come out of that, because let's face it, if someone's going to work on your film and oversight, it has to be to their taste. No one's going to make a film that they're like, I will not make this film, but go ahead and make it. That very rarely happens. And as we see a branding of the streaming service being tied intrinsically to a studio, for example, HBO Max, you're going to see Warner Brothers stuff. So if Tom Konkle's film is not there, it is not available in your location. And they picked a perfect picture. That's exactly how I feel. His face is exactly how I felt when I opened that picture. but yeah,
And you got
HBO
no notice about this or anything, and they just took it down, right?
No, somebody did a frame grab and went, "Hey, I just tried to watch your movie and I got it." And then I wrote to the distributor and they're like, "Yeah, Amazon's a bitch, isn't it?" That was it.
Yeah,
It's
because
like-
the irony of ironies, like I said, was and the reason I said because I showed my friend the trailers and I'm like, I want to watch these movies this weekend if you're interested. And like I said, she gravitated a little bit more towards the horror film, but again, this movie was still on there when I showed the trailer. And what we're talking about
it was
here is
5 days ago
on Amazon Prime for free. Right.
Yeah,
so
and
like,
it's not like it was it's not a terrible movie. I'm biased, but look, it's like IMDb, I think I can barely read that. 6.3,
Well,
which is not bad
Razorfist-
for an indie, 6.3
Well, even
Yeah,
Razorfist found it on his own. So like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's not terrible. It's not like, crap that I put up that I just shot with a camcorder. It's a produced movie with Vernon Wells. It's got a reasonably interesting story, and it's reasonably well crafted. I think the star rating on it is like there's 4 stars on there from people that actually saw the thing.
IMDb's got a 6.3, and that's not easy to do on IMDb either.
Yeah, that's cool. That's great. So
Like
what's the
Godfather
reason they took
is
it down?
like rated like 9 or something like that. So like there's nothing I think on the IMDb that's a 10 out of 10. So
exactly. And yeah, I think you're right. I think their algorithm prevents it from ever being like a 10 out of 10. Like if you rate it a 10, it averages everything. As far as I know, but the movies, I mean, I'm at 100% Rotten Tomatoes with like legit reviews. So I could see, if it wasn't that good or nobody was watching, I wasn't making any money on it, I'd be like, you know what, I put it up and they got rid of some stinkers. And I've certainly made stinkers in my life. But this movie wasn't that. It was a core business thing. It was my core film. And Amazon was a very important part of my business. And of course, I'm handing my business to another company and saying, hey, please don't shut me down. And in this case, the novelty was most reviewers are like, yeah, you should probably watch the black and white version. It looks better. It's more in the spirit of what it is. Well, that's the only place it is in black and white. So now what?
Yeah. And as Script Doctor is saying here, this is kind of what I was talking about the server deal earlier to kind of elaborate more on that. This is what I was talking about is the cost. It's not so much the space aspect, but they could be looking at it as well. And that's where I was saying like the deals that they have with these independent distributors might not be nearly as good as the big studios, because as they basically are, the big studios are renting out Amazon servers to host all their digital versions of their films. I'm sure they give Amazon a much better back end deal than some of these independent distributors can do. And that's where I'm saying to them, it might be just more of a pain in the butt to deal with. And they're like, well, fuck it. We'll just take them off and not deal with it. And just the way they did it was so unceremoniously. And I seen this a few people in the chat say that it happened to a few other movies on their lists, just up and disappeared. And I've noticed it on films that weren't even necessarily independent. I've had a few movies that have just gone like,
that's what I was wondering. Are there like some studio pictures that have just like disappeared?
It's possible.
Yeah, they have.
Well, I know. I mean, Amazon made what $125 billion in 2020. So I don't know.
Well, they
it can't totally be a
so.
money thing. Yeah, they can afford it. But yes, I also wonder if some of these re-edits, like they did a re-edit of Daryl Hannah's butt in Splash, and there's all these little subtle cuts that are going in. Yeah, I wonder if Amazon, streaming is also going to do that with studio product, where it's like, well, we'll put a warning in the front of this movie, or this might be offensive, or you know what, we're gonna not put Blazing Saddles back, or we're not, the curation. The minute you start talking about curation instead of access, then they're the arbiters of taste, and we'll see what happens. Obviously, they didn't like my movie, so they took it down. And there's really no accountability. It's certainly within their right, but it definitely damages a vital, if you want good indie filmmakers who are one day going to make a studio film, they got to be able to put their film somewhere that people are going to see it. And that was one of the biggest places you could put it, because that's where the customers were.
On that note, where do you think that you as an independent filmmaker, where do you have to go now, in addition to the places you already mentioned? But they are all comparatively small compared to Amazon. How will you respond to this? What will you do now?
I think
To try
probably the next. Yeah,
to
the
make
next step for me
more
is to make a
visible.
deal. Yeah, to make a deal beforehand so that I know what the money path is. I'm going to need to pivot probably and come up with a hybrid between finding a distributor that can handle some aspects that I don't have access to. You have to use an aggregator. You can't just put a movie on Tubi. You can't just put something on iTunes. So you need a distributor. But I will hybridize it. I think I will also do some do-it-yourself distribution where I'm doing direct sales, or I might set something up where I have to, I have to think outside the box of how do I find my audience? How do I find people that might enjoy what I'm trying to do? Now, the next film I'm trying to do is a bigger science fiction movie with some real names. So I'm going to go to regular, major and mini major distributors and try and get them on board with distribution before I shoot the movie. But that's not what you should have to do with an indie. You should have places where you can take it and your voice, a unique voice, can be heard.
Well, that's where Netflix and Amazon, and I think you brought, I don't remember if you said it during the show or if you brought it up before the show, but you kind of put it very poignantly when you said that this is basically what Netflix and Amazon was built upon, is the kind of independent features that you produced and the documentaries that they got rid of and all these things. Because I remember I was one of the first people to find out that Netflix had an online deal. Because back way when I first got into Netflix, all it was the DVDs in the mail. And then they're like, by the way, you have this free access to stuff online. And there was literally like 57 videos when I first brought up Netflix. Like there was nothing on there but like these oddball independent films and a lot of documentaries and a few TV shows. But you're right. Like it was a lot of the kind of stuff like you were producing, Tom, where it was really, grassroots independent
indie
kind of
stuff.
Feature. Yeah.
No, that was a great place to cut your teeth and to learn as a filmmaker and find your audience, or if you got something right and you made a decent film, you might be able to do work and get better and better budgets and more things. Hundreds of filmmakers started that way. If you need that sort of a platform as an independent filmmaker, because otherwise, it's like painting something and hanging it in the closet. It's like, it might be great, but if nobody sees it, who cares? And so, now that Netflix has closed the door on independence, they won't, take anything that's not a Netflix, produced thing. It's very rare that they'll pick up something. And of course it has to have big names, to do a pickup deal. Now that Amazon's no longer, we're going to have to think outside the box. And to Andre's question, I'm just going to have to change my entire business. And I think you're right. Physical media is the only time they can't come by and clean your shelf. They're cleaning
like a video on demand or something like that.
Yeah, they're cleaning their independent shelves, and there's really nothing you can do about it. If there's a movie up that's a little indie film that you like, they can just take it away.
Well, the upside is it's so much easier now to produce on your own Blu-rays and stuff like that compared to what it used to be. So
yes,
that
it is much.
Plus. It's
that
a
is
lot
a definite plus.
It'll take you a lot more time to do a lot of that kind of stuff, but going
at least it's possible.
Going off of what we were just talking about, though, this is the article we brought up last night from the Hollywood Reporter. Boy, in this piece, I tell you, we're not going to really dive deep into it, but I just brought it up here because Rob read through a lot of this last night, and let me tell you, the excuses, the mental gymnastics they're doing to try and basically say that we're not saying you're racist or bigoted or misogynist for liking any of these movies, but you are. And because of that, we have to fix them for you. That's really what this whole article was boiling down to. And it's kind of scary, wasn't it, Rob, going through this? Just the excuses they were trying to make for a lot of the bullshit was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically they're not fixing them, but they're not fixing them yet. That's the next step.
This is setting up an excuse. Exactly.
Yeah, we feel that this scene is problematic, and therefore we must, we are presenting it to you in an edited form so that you don't have to worry. Yeah.
It's almost as if social
For your
and cultural mores change over time. It's almost as if in history things were different and then we learn and evolve from them. It's crazy. It's almost like
who would have
history
thought?
is someplace that we could. Yeah, who would have thought? And
It's
who
the
would have
pure and
thought that?
simple idea that most Hollywood stories are built on, right, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. And it's amazing to me that we need to be protected from this kind of thing. And when I look at something now where it's like, oh, careful, this has some ideas that are out of date. And it's like, we know that it's set in a period other than ours, made by people that aren't alive anymore. And it's almost as if we are unable to understand that social mores or things change and evolve over time. It's a bit like saying, oh, by the way, this contains a lack of electric guitars. Now, this may be jarring to you, but during this time, the electric guitar hadn't been invented. Please enjoy Beethoven, but be careful. There's no electric guitar.
No, I know, and it's that's about how insane it is to me. That kind of an analogy is great because it's like that, or like another great one was the whole Chernobyl thing. Like I know Andre loves that because they're like, well, where's all the diversity in Chernobyl? It's like, well, let's see, historically,
Yeah.
There
weren't a lot of Eskimo Russians in Chernobyl.
Yeah. Ukraine in the 80s wasn't the most diverse place on the earth. It was Rob that pointed this out. That you saw like someone complaining on Twitter, where's all the colored people, like, or where's all the diversity? They made it so that there were like no African Americans in Chernobyl. To which the response is, there literally weren't.
There's no representation in Chernobyl. We need more representation. People need to see themselves on screen. And I always point out, listen, Russia is a country of 140 million people with and I'm not making this up, between 40 to 70,000 quote unquote Afro-Russians.
Yeah, I think we actually looked up the statistics.
That's something like 0.01% of the population.
Yeah, it was really, really small.
Yeah,
you'd have to look.
Yeah, not
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the warning.
Priyat.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the warning label 20 years from now. Can you imagine Black Panther will come up with a warning? He's like, we'd like to warn you that Wakanda does not have Asian Americans. We hope that you can enjoy Black Panther, but realize, of course, there were Asian Americans. They just didn't choose to show them in Wakanda. Please enjoy with caution.
Yeah.
I always point out that in the case of James Bond, he goes, "How's he going to keep a low profile in Russia if he's played by Idris Elba?" He goes, "There's a man here. There's a secret MI6 agent with state secrets. He's very dangerous. These are vital to the motherland. We have orders to shoot on sight. Now, is there any questions? You in the back, yes, sir. How do we recognize him? Just look for the black guy."
Yeah,
I mean that's
the movie is over and scene. Roll credits.
But also, I brought up before, like this, just all this forced problem, and then there was the whole. I don't know if you guys heard about this. I know Rob has, but Louis Anderson just discovered for the first time that he was basically the forced diversity in Coming to America.
I imagine that Louis Anderson.
I don't know if you heard about this, but yeah, Arsenio Hall and Eddie were on the Jimmy Kimmel show, and they said that the studio forced them to have a white person in the movie. And they gave him a list of 3 comedians, and Louis was the one they picked.
Well,
and Louis was completely unaware of this. And I'm like, you know what? I get where they're coming from on this, but this is not like the Chernobyl thing, because it's like you have a movie that was taking place in America, in a city. You should have seen a lot of more diversity than you probably did in that movie. And that's probably one of the few times a diversity note was probably poignant, because it's like, look, that's kind of the whole point of America. We're a melting pot. You show more than just the Black America, you know what I mean?
Tom, other than that, the only time I heard about that happening with a movie was with Spawn. The studio cast made them cast D.B. Sweeney as Terry Fitzsimmons.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, well, they said because we didn't want it to be a quote-unquote black movie.
Which is stupid, but yeah.
It's stupid, yeah.
That's one thing I never, ever, and I brought this up before, I've never heard anybody ever bring up Spawn and the fact that he's black other than to point it out now in recent years. But at that time, I don't remember one single person ever going, I think Spawn's cool because he's black.
Terry Fitzsimmons, Terry Fitzgerald. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've read Spawn.
But and then I brought this picture up before too, and I think this is perfect. Look, the nerd culture has always been diverse. This is from 1984. This is Revenge of the Nerds. Probably one of the best depictions of nerds ever put on screen. Right? Mm-hmm. Hands down. I think it's, and look at that. There's so much diversity there. It's not even funny. But yet we live in a world now where it's so forced. It's hilarious in a bad way. But I just think it's
and in the 80s, Eddie Murphy was one of the biggest stars in the world.
I know, I bring that up all the time.
By nature, he's representing and being a diverse voice, and he could make any movie he wanted to make. It's what he chose to make. We've gone backwards in many ways, and this is just a perfect example. Can you imagine flipping it though and just saying, oh, this guy was our one black hire we had to make, or this is the one Asian guy, or there's the Latino guy we were forced to take on in the film? You'd be lynched.
Well, we're getting to that point, and that's where this one individual, I forgot her name, who was fired from Superman and Lois, went out on Twitter and started blasting CW and all the people that work there, saying they're a bunch of racist and istophobes because they fired her. It couldn't possibly be because she's a bad writer. And she actually said that. It's like that's the ego of these people. And not only that, you're creating these situations where with all this forced crap, we're going to see a lot more of this. We're going to see a lot more people coming out and going, I was fired, and it's not because I'm a shit writer, it's because I'm black. And it's because it's like you were hired because you were black. That's the problem. And unfortunately, we have to be the ones to tell you this. And it's because of their stupidity. You were forced up the ranks, and we see the same thing in Star Trek and all these other places, and that's probably a good place to bounce off on. But to where it's like you don't have to have any requirement whatsoever more than what your skin color is, or they're more worried about who you want to fuck than what your credentials are. It's like, you've written a Gilmore Girls, well, let's not worry about that. Who do you want to fuck? Oh, you want to fuck a woman and you're a woman? Great, you're hired. That shouldn't be the fucking...
Yeah, that should not be the barometer of hiring. And even when you make an argument, dismissing someone's argument because of your gender or your sexuality or color of your skin, that's not helpful at all. You can disagree with it, but don't label. It's like, oh, well, this is a white guy saying that, as if somehow that immediately dismisses the idea. It's like, what about the idea? To discuss the idea. Is the idea sound, not where it came from?
Absolutely. So with that, I don't know if there was any super chats you wanted to jump up quick before we get to the Star Trek news, Andre.
Yeah, we have a couple of super chats to go through, of course. And these are from ways back, so I cannot bring them up on screen. Sorry about that. Mr. Tickletrunk says, in my opinion, it was just the best time to push the image of a house united to counter the rumors of conflict inside the company. People are pissed. This, of course, is in reference to Chapek. Thunderstorm says, Solo, a train wreck. Spaceships can land everywhere. And on Kathleen Kennedy, Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina says, I'll say it again. As a woman, she embarrasses me because she's a phony icon. She's done nothing to warrant her reputation. Legion's Leave sent a kitty super sticker for £5 so thanks for that. Big Daddy MRI sent us a big super chat of $9.99. Thank you so much. And he says, getting rid of KK will not automatically fix Lucasfilm or Star Wars because the fans have left the franchise. The fans must be brought back. It must be someone who knows how to fix the damage done.
Yeah, but if you have a car that leaks oil, you don't go put new rims on it. You fix the leak. That's the thing.
Yeah, one step at a time, and stop the leak first, and then you can worry about fixing afterwards. Dreary Nitpicker says for $4.99, dude, just watched Coming to America, and I was so disappointed. It felt like Eddie was on a leash, and they edited some scenes from the preview. Yeah, that's pretty disappointing. And Camilo Villegas sent us a $10 super chat with no comment. So either it was just support or the comment was removed by the bots. But in either event, thank you so much. The DCV Titan says for $5 Canadian, okay, finally got time to chat. 1, KK is a treasure. All right, everybody, grab a shovel, make like pirates, and bury the... yeah, exactly. And 2, he follows up, it's like there is a fire and they're saying there's nothing to see here, just like at your local, mostly peaceful protests. Yeah, nothing to see. Move on. And Bertrand Russell says, one of the banned Dr. Seuss books is actually my favorite one from my childhood, On Beyond Zebra. It creates an entire sequel version of the alphabet. Not the book I'm familiar with myself, but I will say that's completely messed up that they did that. And Big Daddy MRI says, my best boss ever told his teams, if I have a terrible idea, tell me no. I don't want you guys to be yes people. I need to hear no occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
And then the DCV Titan continues with his points. Number 3, Star Wars is dripping out lore. I agree. Does seem like Star Wars has a bad case of syphilis called Kathleen Kennedy. And then we have our good friend Mexican Iron Man, who says for $14.99. Thank you so much. It's the most entertaining show in any medium. Things get better and better every week. Boy, oh boy. I think he's referring to us. Well, muchas gracias. Really appreciate that. And Michael Dicha says for $20, thank you so much. A counterexample to KK is Leo Fender, maker of iconic guitars. Leo couldn't play music, was an engineer, but before he built his guitars, he talked to musicians, aka fans, for what they liked and hated. Then he engineered product. Rob, you are surely familiar with Fender guitars.
Yeah, oh yeah,
that's a great analogy.
George and Leo, yeah, they always would. Let me tell you, like, so who better than to know how to build something than the people that actually use it? I mean, yeah, they may not know the ins and outs of the engineering behind it, but they could tell you what works and what doesn't. Hey, the volume knob doesn't work when it's over here. Okay, you know what? We'll reposition it. Hey, I need another a pickup here at the base of the neck. Yeah, could you maybe move that down maybe a quarter of an inch? Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Hey, the input.
It's almost as if you have to listen to the people that enjoy the thing that you make. It's almost like you have to listen to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Michael, kudos for a great analogy. We might have to steal that one for later, Rob. Leo Fender. That's a great point, yeah.
And sadly, Andre, they sold the company to CBS in the 60s, and that's when the quality of Fender guitars went down. So everything CBS touches goes to shit.
Well, didn't they move like the factory to
CBS
Mexico or
as
something
well.
like that?
What was that, Tom?
Didn't they move the factory to Mexico or some shit like that?
No, they moved it. No, there was a corporate buy. I forgot the story, but there was a corporate buyout. The quality went down. They started making them. I think they started making them in Mexico. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but now they're FMIC, Fender Musical Instrument Corporation. Now they're their own company again.
Well, and this is across the board for like almost everything when it comes to electronics and everything else. Back in before the 80s and stuff, like everything was made to last. It was made, with quality.
Yeah.
Now it's just they just chuck them off an assembly line and they're meant to last 5 minutes.
It's built-in obsolescence. That's the problem. It's you used to buy an appliance and you knew it was good for 20 years. Now you're lucky to get 7 years out of it.
Shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, CBS.
I think I read a thing like the average life for a flat screen TV is only like 3 years.
Yeah.
A dishwasher is 7.
Yeah, they always talk about the CBS era and Fender. Those instruments are the least desirable.
Yeah, I believe
that's
it.
from about 1960 to 1965 to about 1984, 83, 84, I believe. Yeah, George and Leo went into business for themselves. G&L Guitars, where they brought back a lot of the swagger to those designs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes
Well,
a difference
glad
who's
to
making
hear
them
that
and that they love what they're making.
Yeah.
And CBS bought the New York Yankees, and they went to shit too. So everything CBS touches.
It was such a mistake that that
Don't forget
CBS
about David
got Star
Letterman.
Trek.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
well,
should never have
let 'em-
gotten Star Trek.
Yeah.
And we'll get into Star Trek momentarily, but I want to run through a couple more super chats first. Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina says, at least Frank has a golden retriever. So, yeah, there's that. And
There is that.
Primark Vulcan says, KK is the Hollywood equivalent of a used car salesman trying to sell its crap they would never buy and don't like themselves. Deranged Lunatic says, sorry I missed last night. I heard it was on fire. So yeah, go check out the replay over at Midnight's Edge after dark.
And speaking
Maybe
of
we'll
a Mexican
put
Iron
that in
Man,
live
I know we
archives
just
as
got
well.
I know we got a super chat from Mexican Iron Man just a bit ago. He actually went in the comments and broke down for anybody who wants to go to specific points. Like he has like a chapter breakdown of everything that happened. It's insane.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
great.
I have to go check that out. I look forward to hearing that myself now. And then Thambo says, every coach firing is after praise from general manager or owner. Yeah, that's a good point. Rob, isn't that true? Every coach firing is after praise from the owner.
Usually they say we are committed to so and so. We are committed to. No, they never really praise it, but say we are committed to this guy as our head coach. And then in the season they fire.
Well, and usually, yeah, most firings are when it comes to like corporate level, Hollywood, sports. They're usually unceremoniously, and then it's usually they allow the person to basically quit.
They play out their contract, really.
Yeah, and then in the public eye, it's usually them leaving the company or whatever. Kind of like when Johnny Depp stepped down from Fantastic Beasts. Bullshit. Warner Brothers fired his ass.
I mean, there has to be something disastrous that goes on in sports that for you to be fired mid-season. Usually, you have to.
And not just that, for somebody to publicly berate you in any way like that.
Yeah.
And then we have Tim5 Scorpion says he could have said nothing about her. Yeah, but that would have been weird, though, if he had praised Marvel and said nothing about Star Wars. He could have done that. But that, again, it would have been bad. The investors would have picked up on it, and it would have risked the share price. Couldn't do that. He really had no other choice than to do what he did because of bigger scheme of things. Buster's Brain says Bob's praise of KK is part of her severance. MSM recent humanizing fans' displeasure spins the upcoming timeline split from KK's creative constraints. And then Diamond Greyfeld asks, he says for £5 thank you so much. Big fan, guys. Do you feel that Twitter is causing a lot of these issues and should take responsibility for being so biased? I think that Twitter is absolutely causing issues. Should they take responsibility? Well, they kind of are by being even more biased.
Yeah.
That's my take on it anyway.
And creating more, even safer spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole, you got to pay to see certain people's tweets now.
Yeah.
Actually, I hope they go through with that. Or actually, well, is it for like unpopular people, or like the people that they don't like? Are they the ones that has to be paid, or
no? What it's for is, I'm assuming what it'll be for is set up for those who are like, let's say Kim Kardashian. You want to sign up and see what she's tweeting out about, and in that way you can respond. And it's a way for them to even cut off more people from probably responding who, just off the cuff.
So
So
basically,
those
it's a way of creating an even bigger echo chamber and make
exactly.
the people who do pay make them even more radical, and the people that then fall off altogether and get de-radicalized, you have a greater and greater split between the two.
And I just used her as an example, folks. I'm just saying the point is it'll be able to, yes, basically create a paywall to create a magic bubble around certain people who that way they can keep away the trolls. And in that way, if they have trolls, then they can monetize them.
Exactly. It creates a thing where there's no disagreement. And again, it's that rich people surrounding themselves with people who say, yes, you're right.
Well, yeah, and it kind of goes along with this whole thing that Fat Steven Seagal and I kind of go back and forth with that came from those one of the Gina Carano tweets where the person was like, you've traumatized me. Now pay me $500. You know, you've destroyed Star Wars and your transphobia has traumatized me. Now pay me $500 so I can go see a therapist. So I'm like, oh, so the person's basically saying, fuck you, give me money. You know, so that's why like that's all they are. It's like, oh, you, and then that goes along with the whole thing that Quartering is dealing with is the reason people were going after this individual is because there was a dispute with another YouTuber they were dealing with about a video that was copied, and basically because this individual reached out to this chick and she had supposedly looked at his video, she considered that a consultation and then tried sending him a bill for like a couple $1,000. It's like that's where you know people ask, how do they make money? This is how they make money. They guilt people into making money. They force people into giving them money. They sue people into giving them money. Because they have no real honest way of making it at this point. And then on the other side of it, you have these other interest groups that are pushing the narrative and pushing the money into this shit. And then that goes into the whole other part about the whole thing that we talk about on Comics Division channel on Thursday nights, and that's gets more into the whole redistribution of wealth.
I just want to go back to the guitar thing and people say,
of course you do, Rob. That's why we're making Midnight's Edge music for you.
But you say it's almost like you have to, Andre, it's almost like you have to listen to people use your products. Actually, contrast Fender and Gibson, they actually started making all these like really weird colors, charging exorbitant prices. They put these what they call robot tuners, which would tune automatically, that never worked. And they did that for years. And the people who would say, listen, we want, just go back to what you were doing right. No. This is innovation. This is what you want. No, we don't want all these things with all these, expensive, like $7,000 collector's models. Just get back to the basics. And what happens? They file for bankruptcy and they fire their CEO, Henry Jeskowitz. And now they bring in a guy who's a fan of instruments, and he's starting to put them back on the right path. So there you go. Yeah, see how that works.
And
I want to go through the super chats that also are related to Amazon. We're about to get there before we move into Star Trek. Roll Titan says, "Is this the service Amazon Prime, or does this also include movies to purchase, like purchasing digital content?"
To my knowledge, unless Tom knows otherwise, you can still buy your movie, right, Tom?
Yeah, it's TVOD or transactional video on demand is not affected yet. It's the Prime streaming service, which is the giant library. The problem with as an indie film and transactional is it's a lot harder to get somebody to drop, $2 or $3 on a movie. Specifically yours versus them subscribing to Prime and kind of grazing around. Plus, for me in particular, my movie was meant to be in black and white because it's a 40s film noir, and the transactional VOD would only accept the color version.
Yeah, there you go. So, not a great situation in any event. And then our good friend Mexican Iron Man says for $24.99. Thank you so much. I'm confused. If Frank Marshall is such a great steady hand of a producer and director, how in the heck is Kathleen Kennedy turned into the personality exec she's turned into, and from where I stand, not at all a good steward?
Because Frank keeps his head down and actually does his job.
And also, he has the skills for it.
Right.
Something that
they're
she.
different
Well,
people.
actually, I think that she would be really good. Again, as we said before, she'd probably be really good, but not for Star Wars. She'd be
No.
really good for like more artistic content, like
Exactly.
Schindler's List,
Yeah.
Dr. Zhivago type of movies. That's what she should be doing.
Color Purple,
She
that kind of
Be
stuff.
terrific at that. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. She could be very, very good at that. She's just in the wrong genre.
Yeah. And when she's and because of that, I think that she's trying to, since she doesn't get or care for Star Wars, she's trying to make it into something that she likes and appeals to her, and she does that by inserting herself into it, quite literally in Rey, and destroy the entire brand in the process. Whereas Frank Marshall, who's probably a better all-rounder, he'd never do that. Not in that way, but again, different person, different skill sets, different.
I don't think Frank is as egotistical either. I mean, yeah, our version.
Well, that's what I mean. He'd never do that. He wouldn't put a self-insert into a huge pre-existing brand. Like, for instance, say that if he suddenly were to take over something that Steven Spielberg made, if he were to like suddenly make a franchise around Jaws or something, he wouldn't make the lead character a self-insert.
No, not at all. No,
Exactly.
He would not have a surrogate. Yeah, and that's a huge difference. He wouldn't do an agenda thing. He'd try and make the best possible film he could make.
No, and I think another thing about Frank is he's just not out there. You have a hard time finding a lot of interviews with him because he's not somebody like Kathy who is out there just, basically sucking her own dick constantly. He's actually doing shit. And I've only seen a couple interviews with him because, I mean, he just doesn't seem to really do that shit that much. I mean, and look what he's got out now. He's got that Bee Gees documentary. He's producing the next Jurassic movie, doing all that kind of stuff. He's constantly busy and doing stuff.
Yeah, he's doing the work. He's got 7 things in pre-pro, from Indiana Jones to the Bourne movie to all these other movies that he's doing, and he just does the work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were in the Bourne franchise as well.
That's right. He's doing Jurassic World Dominion. I mean, all this stuff. He's doing some kind of a Paul McCartney, Rick Rubin documentary, too.
Probably like off of his experience on the BG one, I bet.
Yeah. I really like Frank. Again, we got to separate it. Just because they're married, they're 2 different people, very different. They probably don't talk work at home, and her style and his style are just completely different.
Well, and there's the famous story that she never wanted Steven to know they were dating. In fact, the only one who did know was George, and it drove him nuts that he had to hold on to that secret, I guess. And my question is, why? That's the big question I have. But anyway,
I don't know. Maybe some preferential treatments going on. Who knows? It's hard
I have
to
no
say.
idea.
Who knows?
But
who knows?
And I mean, I'm not even going to like the nefarious sexual things either. I just wonder what it's all about. Like, I wonder if Steven ever really cared for her to begin with, or anybody ever really thought she was worth a shit, and she was just basically riding the coattails of all these guys. I could be wrong, but I really have yet to see anything out of her that proves to me she can produce anything more than just, fucking excess bullshit out of her mouth constantly. I don't know. I may be being a little mean and harsh to her right now, but I don't really give her, especially now seeing what she's done to Star Wars, I give her less credit for anything that's came before than I ever have before. I feel like if anything, she was a detriment to anything she was involved in.
Yeah. Well, I think that's fair, but yeah. Moving on from there, Thunderstorm says, in the Amazon, deforestation of creativity. Yeah, that's
well put.
So, yeah.
Yeah, very true.
Has a great idea. He says, all of us who have YouTube channels should do watch parties of Trouble Is My Business on Tubi. Get all your followers to go watch it, then buy the DVD. Actually, we've been talking about that, Mr. Konkle. We have to do that. We have to have a watch party.
That would be fun. Actually, yeah. Let's sometime just as a joke, as a fun thing. It would be fun to watch Tubi with you all, and You can ask me. I've got some great goofy stories about it. We can talk about film and how it was made. But yeah, let's do a watch party sometime with everyone included. And I'd love it if some of you in the group watched it with me. You can rag on me. You can say things you like, things you don't like, and we can talk about it. I think it would be a lot of fun.
Almost
Yeah,
like an
awesome. Let's
interactive
do
audio
that.
commentary.
Yeah, it would be an audio commentary I never got to do.
Well, no, it's funny because we actually host the official audio commentary for Gary Tunnicliffe's Hellraiser Judgment. I wonder if this would be like one of the first ever, like, you could do like an actual interactive director's commentary. That'd be really cool. Like,
I would love to. If you guys want to do it, let's put it together on Tubi and let's do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, let's do that. That'd be awesome.
Okay.
So we'll get back to that, and then Mech1164 says streaming wars are bringing back the studio system. This is a sad reality, but it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? A little bit. What
kind of
Tom?
does.
Yeah,
I agree. I think in a weird way, we're seeing a monopoly happening where you're getting all these little fiefdoms, all these little things where it's like, no, it's our library on our streaming service. You have to buy this and this, and you have to buy 15 different things to see what you used to be able to see on cable.
yeah.
It's
And then
crazy.
Mills says, as IMDb is Amazon owned, anyone surprised that it has not purged of non-Amazon content? Actually, no, I'm not surprised by that at all, because you still have physical media of most of those things, and it would severely diminish the value of the service, which to me is completely useless now after they closed the IMDb boards, but that's me. I haven't used the IMDb since. It's useless to me because of that.
Yeah, they closed it all
And
down.
on that note, Mills has been very, very eager for us to get into Star Trek. So let's do that. We've had a couple of announcements recently of like more Star Trek things to come. None of them good from our point of view. And one of them, though, the one that I want to highlight right here, is what was announced yesterday, which is the most recent iteration of Star Trek 4, or whatever next big screen Star Trek movie it's going to be. This one has me worried, because this was first announced by Deadline Hollywood, and they're saying that Kalinda Vasquez will be penning a Star Trek script. Now, to emphasize, this is a movie that does not yet have a director. It doesn't have any cast. We know literally nothing about it, save for the fact that it will be produced by production company Bad Robot, and it will be written by Kalinda Vasquez. And what are her earlier writing credits? Well, that would be Star Trek Discovery, where she wrote the teleplay for the Season 3 episode Terra Firma Part 2. This would be the episode that broke Robert Meyer Burnett.
I want to ask anybody if there's anybody here who questioned the whole connection between Bad Robot and Secret Hideout. Anybody in the chat still? No, I didn't think so. Okay, just making sure.
Well,
Shane, you out there?
It's totally not the same, Tom. It's totally not the same thing, man. It's a lie. It's a lie. You're making things up, man.
You know what? I think this is almost like confirmation for me, considering that now that Paramount and CBS have been re-merged, this tells me that there's something in these contracts that they're stuck with Bad fucking Robot still.
I think I can answer that, because they're not technically stuck with Bad Robot, but they are stuck with Secret Hideout. And if Secret Hideout decides that, you know what, well, I'm going to have my friends from Bad Robot make this movie, because I kind of work for them after all anyway. And that's how the connection is. But Bad Robot were completely severed. It was done. But any movie still has to go through Secret Hideout. That is something that happened in the remerger. So
You know-
that's how that happens.
Tom and Andre and Tom Konkle, I want to announce I'm working on a Silver Surfer movie. I've been working on it for quite some time, and there's no chance it's going to happen, but I've been working on it myself. Actually, that's only you can say you're working on anything, but it just doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah. Mr. Konkle, I know that you have a meeting relatively soon. So before you go, what's your quick thoughts on this new Star Trek movie, which we know nothing about other than the writer and production company?
I think this is what they call in the business anyway is a blind deal. It sounds like sight unseen. She's either pitched an idea or they've gone to Bad Robot and said, "Hey, who do you have a discovery that we're not going to do the Hawley film, and we don't think Tarantino's going to happen. Does anybody else have an idea?" And so she probably got a stipend of some kind to go, okay, well, think of something for a feature. Maybe she's a terrific writer. I don't know, based on what I'm seeing in Star Trek. My problem is this: if this is another JJ film, then it's going to come with all of the problems it's already saddled with from the first three movies. And if she is simply continuing that story, A, not that interested in it, and B, really is Discovery the place that we should be going to dip in to get? This is not Nicholas Meyer. Is this where we should be going to be getting fresh ideas for a feature film? Given that all this will mean is they will probably try and make more connective tissue between the JJ films and Discovery. And I think that's the big thing that I'm worried about, is that this is a very overt attempt to bring someone who lives in that world, who's thinking every day is their job to write in that world. Well, now they're bringing them into the feature world, and you know what that means: cross-pollination.
Yeah. It does sound like that indeed. How long do we have you for?
I'll have to leave in a couple of minutes. I have a production meeting at 12.
Yeah, that's literally now in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do love the idea of the watch party, and I just texted Vernon Wells. He said if we want to break Tubi, he will come on and do commentary with me. If you want to stream Tubi here on Midnight Edge, we'll have Vernon Wells.
Fantastic. Yeah, because what we do is that we'd all watch it separately, and then we're just going to play our audio over the movie. Yeah, we'll do that. That'll be fantastic.
That would be
great.
Yeah,
to have the two of you there. And if you want to do an audio commentary like we did for Hellraiser Judgment, that's something we can talk about as well. But until then, it was fantastic having you on, everyone.
Thank you so much, guys.
Check out Trouble Is My Business. If you can't wait for the watch party, we have all the links in the description. Follow Tom Konkle as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Great discussions. Always good to hear your thoughts on things and see what is going on in the chat. And I hope to be back soon. I had a great time.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. All right. Take care.
Take care.
And with that, gentlemen, your initial reactions then to a writer of one of the worst episodes of Star Trek Discovery's 3rd season, which automatically makes it one of the worst episodes of Star Trek Discovery. And since Star Trek Discovery is the worst series of Star Trek canon, that would make her the writer of one of the worst episodes of the entirety of Star Trek canon, now writing a new movie for production company Bad Robot. Rob, share your feelings.
This has got to be a visual. Best of luck with that. That's all I'll say.
Tom, how excited are you for as Tom Konkle pointed out, the intention here could be connective tissue. Like this could even be like the Star Trek Discovery movie that we've been threatened with before.
I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think so. What I think this is what we always see, and that would be this graphic we've used a few times.
The typical vaporware.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That's what I think this is about. Because this is just inside sources. This isn't an official announcement.
Trying to generate some kind of excitement to get a funding for a movie.
I think Tom was more onto something when he said somebody had a pitch, JJ reacted to it, and they needed something to get something going. And because I know you have been told, Andre, that JJ was out of the picture before, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that things were done and said over with, because every time something gets announced, he's still involved. That's the thing.
Let me clarify that. Because formally the contract was over, so that Paramount were no longer required to use them as a Star Trek production company for their movies. Bad Robot could pitch to them all they wanted, but Paramount were under no obligation.
That's what I think this is.
to go with them.
So this is
what I think this is. Look at the timing. This is, when did this drop? It dropped yesterday, yes? Yesterday. What else dropped yesterday? Like just
Paramount Plus. And they were doing a lot of Star Trek stuff. Oh yeah, this was completely timed in.
Have we
in a
not
way, I'm
seen
kind of glad we got our.
Have we not
exactly.
seen? Yeah, have we not seen like an announcement of something like, say, Section 31 to coincide with the release of Discovery Season 2? And have we not seen the announcement of like all these kind of stuff to coincide with like something where they want some kind of push and attention? Then we get an announcement, and then they fail to deliver on it later.
Trying to create buzz, what they are. They're trying to create buzz around this moribund property.
I think it's more so between, if Paramount's actually behind it, then that's what it was. Like, it's to create buzz for Paramount Plus, to create some kind of possible revenue stream to get behind this movie. And I think you're right. It's so much more that, Bad Robot just is continually pitching Star Trek constantly, and they're going to keep saying, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever," and it's not going to happen.
Well, they also had that stupid Prodigy reveal. What, this past week was it, or last?
Yeah,
week?
See, that was the other thing that the thing that we were talking about earlier
even Sadie is angry about it.
Well, the thing we were talking about earlier with the whole Star Trek thing was, people thought they were going to show the first episode of Prodigy last night on that. And that shows you how much interest there is. There was less than 400 people watching most of the time.
We doubled their audience, didn't we?
Oh, we brought in over 100 some people at least.
There's no buzz behind this. It's worse than Star Trek. This is worse than Star Trek sucking. People just don't care anymore, and that's worse.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to what happened with Prodigy, as to why, because originally it was supposed to drop on Nickelodeon, and now it's dropping on Paramount Plus first. So I don't know. And I pointed out the other day that a lot of the shit that's on Paramount Plus was all the other fucking streaming services rejects.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, Andre, from what you know, if this is just a pitch, CBS doesn't have to accept the pitch. Is that correct?
It would be Paramount.
No, actually, it's the same thing now because it's Viacom CBS.
Right.
And here's like the thing that the one that is accepting this, the one who still is the supremo of all things Star Trek, even though he doesn't have day-to-day creative responsibilities, is still Alex Kurtzman's secret hideout, because the contract means that they're still locked in with them. And when the re-merger happened, then Star Trek movies also reverted to, of all places, Secret Hideout. So until they are gone from the building, then it's not looking great. And the challenge here is that it's always been funding that's held up Star Trek 4.
Yeah.
But if they're able to come up with the funding one way or the other, like it doesn't have to be much funding, they can like basically film like a double episode on existing sets and stuff like that and call it a movie. They can, in principle, do that.
Yeah.
And then release it as like a Paramount Plus exclusive.
I was just
which
going to
is something
say, you're
that they held
actually
back on the leftovers. But they
going to
can
get
do.
me to my next point, Andre, was I was going to say, look, this also comes on the heels of a recent report that basically they were putting out there that, and this kind of goes on what our video was about, is that once they're not doing anything Star Trek related, they're not accepting any ideas, they're not greenlighting anything, they're not going forward on anything, they're not doing shit until everything is done now. That means Section 31 is probably deader than we ever thought it was before. Now they actually have to start admitting it, right? And I don't think this movie is a fucking thing. I don't even think this is a movie. I think you're right, Andre. I think this is just basically a low-level TV kind of movie thing they're doing, and this may even be the supposed fourth or fifth season of Star Trek Discovery. I think we're going to get a season 4, and then we're probably going to get a movie to finish things off. That's where this is probably going. Because again,
we're definitely getting a season 4, and what we've heard is that they may like do one long shooting run, and in that they can get season 4 and season 5 filmed back to back in one production cycle, and with planning they can even get a movie out of it.
And they may not even do production cycle. 5, my point is that season 5 might just be this movie, and that's the other reason they hire her because she's basically critic proof. You know, because if we dislike it, guess what? It's because we don't like it because of the diversity in the woman that wrote it, right? That's the whole thing, right? Yeah. It's all set up perfectly for that. I think they're making a big to-do about it than it is really, because this could possibly even be one of those 52 movies I brought up, and that is every week Paramount Plus is going to be debuting a new movie that's a mid-tier movie, bigger than a TV movie, but not nearly theatrical sized. And then these movies will then premiere on the Paramount Network, and I can't remember the other one, but they have 2 channels. They're going to bounce them off every other week that they're going to be on. And I suppose it depends on what kind of genre and franchise they are or whatever, but they're set up to where there'll be a new movie, 4 new movies every month on Paramount Plus that are supposed to be mid-tier level movies. And I think this is going to wind up being one of them. I even think that rumored Khan, either miniseries or movie, is going to be another one of those too. I think that's what Emma Watts was talking about when she says, there's a finite ceiling on these things. They're not making money in theaters. So then, I think didn't she even say something like about Star Trek always being primarily a television property anyway, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Either she or somebody else said something to that effect. So I really feel like that. I don't think we're going to see Star Trek on any big screens or any big, blockbuster size movie anytime soon. I really don't. Because if there was any movie that was going to get off the ground and had any interest behind it, it was the Tarantino Trek, and that went nowhere.
Yeah. That wasn't happening. So with this, this absolutely could happen if they get the funding. And this project right here, I don't think that this is going to need as much funding as any of the previous theatrical Star Trek movies would need. I think that this is something that they can probably be able to self-fund from their current source of funding, very much of which they put up from themselves, and the interest that they get from leasing out their studio to other production parties and their technical equipment, like their rip-off Mando technology. That's a big part of how they're funding season 4 of Discovery. We'll cover that in an upcoming video. So I think that this has a bigger shot at happening than any of the previous Star Trek 4s. But again, this has all the hallmarks of going nowhere. But all in all, for Star Trek,
Yeah.
All out the good news.
Yeah, again, folks, I really don't see this getting off the ground. And if it is anything real, it's probably what we just said. I don't think it's going to be anything.
Do you think? What about this lawless teens in space? I mean, is that?
That's Prodigy.
I know, yeah, but I mean, when is that fine? When are we going to be able to see how bad that is?
I believe it drops eventually here on Paramount Plus, but I don't remember when.
Mills also points out that Prodigy could not be sold to advertise, apparently. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is like the going thing with all things Star Trek. Like, there's no merchandise from it. There's no interest. There's no viewers. No one to speak of. Yeah,
well,
like you.
Speaking to CBS All Access in general, here's something that's really telling, Andre. When I was watching The Stand, which was actually, I don't know how popular it was, but I know there was a lot more people watching it than probably Trek. There was, I don't know, almost every other ad was one for CBS All Access. So what does that tell you?
For CBS All Access.
They're desperately trying.
That means they can't sell ad space.
Yeah.
That means they're filling the ads because I already have CBS All Access. They're advertising me something I already have.
They can't. So they have to keep pushing.
They had to fill the space. Exactly.
Fill the space. Yeah.
This is the same thing as when you're watching TV late at night. And I don't know if this is this way over in Norway, but whenever you see those infomercials, to call now and act now and you'll get this and that and the other. Those are set up with certain phone calls and certain codes. Those ads are there because they couldn't sell the time. So they have those come in, and those basically you only get paid on commission on those ads. And they're set up in certain, so that's so sad that they don't even have that opportunity on streaming. They have to fill it with their own ads. Like, they can't sell the ads. I mean, there could be a loophole in certain ones, like let's say if they were doing a Clarice ad. Now there's the advertisement budget for Clarice could be then paid to, Star Trek Discovery, but it's still money going within CBS. It's not new money being created.
The Time Life, it's the Time Life collection, the 60s,
those were all like basically if you called then they got the commission for that. That's how they made the money off those. The same thing with the infomercials. That's where those started too. They couldn't sell a block of time period, so they gave an entire half hour or hour to a fucking commercial, and all the money they made off that was whatever they sold in that period. So yeah, it's really kind of but look at this. We get to find out about Leo Gyasi.
What about Leo? What about him?
We get to learn.
Oh, joy!
Well, this is his intro video.
Fantastic. Oh my god. Oh my god. To play this. Oh, please do.
Can we play it? We'll have him.
Yeah, of course.
Leox Gyasi is the eccentric pilot of a vessel known simply as the Vessel, co-piloted by and navigated by Geo, who appears to be a rock. Leox is a charming
fucking rock
frontier. When a group of Jedi seek transportation to the Outer Rim, Leox and his loyal crew are hired. But disaster strikes as debris from a horrific accident littered across hyperspace threatens to tear the vessel apart. But it'll take more than a galaxy-wide disaster to fray Leox's go-with-the-flow attitude. With his effortless piloting, Affy's efficient repairs, and Geode's quick response, the vessel safely exits hyperspace, presumably in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my God,
with the transportation business flourishing, ferrying immigrants to the frontier, native pirates plot against these outsiders.
What the hell?
My mouth is agape. I can't believe I just witnessed that. His co-pilot is a rock?
No, she's a person, but she's like a rock. She's his rock. I need that.
No, there was a rock. There was a literal rock behind him.
Gyasi is the eccentric pilot of a vessel known.
I think it's Jox Gyasi is what she just said.
Simply as the Vessel, co-piloted by Affy Hollow and navigated by Geo.
Navigated by Geode, a fucking rock.
Oh my god.
It's the monolith from 2001.
And they could
appears
really
to be
You couldn't come up with a better name for a ship than the Vessel. Seriously?
No,
Seriously,
They're not
you're-
even fucking trying.
they're not even. No, they're not even. They don't give a shit. They really don't give a shit.
They're literally laughing their asses off as they come up with
They're
this.
Charlie
wondering-
Browning us. They're giving us a fucking rock. Okay, I'm sure you've seen Andre the Charlie Brown
Holy.
Halloween special, the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, where everybody's like, I got a bubble gum, I got suckers, I got a candy bar, I got a rock.
Oh yeah, I remember it now.
They're literally giving the fucking audience a rock.
Holy shit! Oh, I can't wait to. I can't wait to hear what
first we got-
Doomcock and
First,
Jeff
we
are going
got
to say about
Wookiees
this.
that see the Force as leaves on a tree with a wooden lightsaber, and now we get a fucking rock.
And Tom, by the way, I take offense to your comparison to the monolith from 2001. If anything, this is the monolith's ugly, dumpy
I agree.
step
You're
cousin
right.
or something.
It's a special cousin,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I cannot believe this. I really cannot. But I should. It shouldn't surprise me. But Mike, there is just no bottom to this.
It's almost like we're making this shit up for them, so we can make fun of them. You know,
Here's like the thing. You know what? Seriously, like if we really had sat down and we were like trying to come up with the dumbest, stupidest parody possible, we wouldn't be able to come up with this.
Mel Brooks would
We
even come up with
wouldn't be
something
able to
better.
come up with anything this
Mel Brooks-
this dumb.
Mel Brooks did come up with something better.
hell
Geode.
of a lot
Geode.
better.
His fucking name is Geode.
Geode.
For
Yeah.
God's sake, which is rock, which is
Yeah.
for God's sake.
It's kind of like in
How does he navigate? Or oh, my
fuck if
God.
I know.
Is this going to be in the comics or is this some novel or something like?
This is the
who
comics
can
or
say
novel,
these
whatever.
things?
This is the Get High Republic or something. I don't know.
It's a Get High
Yeah, well,
Republic.
I'm not going to
Jews-
read it in
yeah.
any event.
How we say his fucking name?
Yeah, okay, so let's hear how they say his name again. So it's
All right, I'll try and
Leox,
back
and then there's the
it.
second part. What's how?
No,
do
it's
they
not
pronounce
Leox.
it?
It's like a
A
J.
Leox
I can't,
is a
like, do
charming
anything.
rogue from the frontier.
It's
When a group of Jedi seek
It's Leox, never
transportation
mind.
to the Outer Rim, Leox and his loyal
Leox.
crew are hired. But disaster
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, but his surname wasn't pronounced Gayassi, which is what I first thought.
Gaiasi or something like that. Oh, for God's sake. This is we're getting Darth Maul. Yeah, we are getting played. Don't buy this stuff. It's unbelievable. Heather Heard, they paid. Yeah, these people are getting paid to do this.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Oh, my brain hurts.
Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. Action comes. Just what's the name of Leox co-pilot? Hard Place? Oh my God.
Hardcastle McCormick.
And
Yeah, it's Pet
Frank
Rock.
Bunny wonders, is this Pet Rock?
It is. It's a Pet Rock.
Oh my God.
For fuck's sake!
Oh,
Oh
my
my
God.
I love how Andre actually thought they were being like poetic by saying that his co-pilot was his rock. It's like, no, Andre, there's a fucking rock there. That's the navigator.
a big
Yeah,
slab
I
of
know,
granite behind him.
You gave him credit. That was so cute.
Yeah, I'm trying, and I'm like because my mind won't accept that it can possibly be this bad. Like that they
That's what
get
I'm saying.
adults, grown professional writers to sit down in a room and come up with this. I mean, just think back to like all the people that invented He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. I mean, there was quite a bit of alcohol and maybe even harder substances and quite a few Friday nights and stuff
You're right.
involved in the creation of those. And that's a million times better, even at the cheesiest with snout spout and everything.
I'll
Ain't
never
got
ever get
nothing
the name of the
on
Master
this
of the Universe
Pet
or
Rock.
the Ninja Turtle characters shit ever again.
Yeah. And also,
Man, you're off
Max,
the hook.
yeah. And
Like, something
Max
like-
answered my question. So this is from a novel. Who's going to want to read a novel about like Leox Giassi? Oh God!
It doesn't matter. It really does.
His ship's name is Ship. Yeah, they weren't even that.
You know what? I remember when I remember like back in the day when there were cool names: Millennium Falcon, the Arcadia, the Yamato. You know, all kinds of cool names for ships. The Galactica. Ship? That's what you're calling it? Vessel?
Star Destroyers.
Star Destroyer. Oh my God. The
As
Enterprise.
Bellow Triggerfish points out, the Republic is literally high.
Come on,
so
like
all the-
Star Destroyer would be like if you called your car like House Destroyer or some shit. Like that's some badass shit.
Mm-hmm. This is if I called my car. Really?
Exactly my point. Yeah.
My Roy Mitchell. My car's name's actually Ghost. Somebody else gave it that name because it's white. Yeah, what? So. Oh, for God's sake!
This shit's making me white as a ghost.
George Forrest Jr. wonders, is Alex Kurtzman ghostwriting for Star Wars?
Might as well be.
I think so, but again, this is the whole bad robot school of management and writing. It would appear to be.
Well, and I can't imagine anybody saying that this shit comes out of the same people that are making The Mandalorian. Even The Mandalorian at its worst.
Hell, like that Mandalorian is a.
Cara
Again, you
Dune.
can totally tell the difference from like the Marvel guys doing this and the Lucasfilm twits, as Chris Ferreira calls them. And the Lucasfilm twits are patting each other on the back and saying they're all geniuses. Mm-hmm. And they probably do. They probably think this is great stuff.
All right, guys. All right, guys. We need an idea for a co-pilot. What do you got? What if he's like a rock? Love it. Go with it. What are we gonna call him? Geode. What's that mean? It means rock.
You're making it parody proof.
Yeah, because you laugh so hard at the real thing. There's no point in doing a parody.
That's what I'm saying.
Ghost DS points it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the Ghost DS points it out, and he says it's basically a gay version of Han Solo with a ship named Vessel, and they've replaced Chewbacca with a gender-fluid rock.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's a gay Han Solo. It's a non-threatening.
Don't forget his spunky black co-pilot.
Oh yeah. Oh, I tell you, Leox, don't you play them games with me. Don't go there, girlfriend. I got my rock beside me. Mm-hmm. And I've been canceled.
Oh my God. Yeah.
One of my favorite properties. I mean, there was certain such Cobra Commander, Destro, Baroness. You know, there was a certain sort of like feasibility to a lot of stuff. You know, the Cobra Troopers after they were called Vipers, Televipers, Stratovipers. Okay, yeah, I can understand why they'd be called that. Yeah, Leox Gayasi, Vessel, Geode, Rock, whatever. You know, would you what? God's sake.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, and the big question is, how does the rock identify as igneous, metamorphic, or sedimentary? So Teddy Lindis is evidently a geologist here. So yeah,
I would say there's 567,000 genders.
Thunderstorms. This is supposed to be comedy. No Thunderstorm. They are serious. That's the sad thing. They are serious. This is what Kathleen Kennedy was banking on, was going to draw people to Star Wars for another generation. Imagine
this is
that.
The future of Star Wars right here. Like this guy, he's the future of Star Wars that we're all supposed to fall in line and admire. Oh my God. Yeah. And
go down to the quarry. You go down to the quarry. Yeah, I need a co-pilot. Yeah, grab that one.
It's pretty sad when I can picture gay guys going, honey, he's just way too gay for me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Alex Ashkin wonders if The Rock is gay too.
He's his lover.
Oh my God. Well, actually, that wouldn't surprise me. We should remember that Lando Calrissian, he's now having sexy time with the robots.
My God.
When I want to get down with the Falcon, I reach for a nice cold 45 malt liquor.
Well, you need the alcohol? No. I need the lube.
I reach for WD-40. Works every time.
That's messy.
Dumb question. Yeah, you guys have WD-40 over in Norway, right?
We have what was it? One more time? We have
WD-40 lubricant, spray lubricant, probably called by a different name over there.
Okay, I have never had the need to find out, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I'm sure we guess.
Yeah, that's a dumb. Yeah, I know, a dumb question. Oh, why did I open another browser window? I'm gonna close that. Yeah, WD for God's sake.
Script Doctor asks, even if they took this seriously, they couldn't call the navigator Rocky or Rockefeller.
Right? At least I would have come up with something lame like that. Oh shit. Yeah. Who needs an astromech when you can have a rock? Says Simone Byron. I'll trade it. That's got to be the cheapest fucking toy Hasbro has ever produced.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm serious. I cannot make fun of the Ninja Turtle toys anymore. Because those are like even more notoriously bad than He-Man. Because like He-Man, all He-Man is come up with a concept, put man on it.
Beast Man.
It is. Like I have that joke with Skeletor. He's like, He-Man, it's the same thing twice. Why not just call yourself Guy?
But come on, like we go. This is a company that gave us Buzz. Well, it's Pixar technically, but yeah, you gave us Buzz fucking Lightyear. Now you give us Rock.
Right. This is the height of Star Wars, folks.
Then you know what? I bet that people at Lucasfilm seriously think that Rock is going to be the next Baby Yoda.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
God. Well, we need something that's adorable, like Baby Yoda. Yeah, what do you got for us? What about a rock?
No, I like my analogy better, that they are giving the Star Wars fandom the Charlie Brown. Up
Oh
the
my
ass.
god, it's unbelievable.
You got a rock, kids. Here you go.
This is can we now say they are intellectually, culturally, and creatively bankrupt? We can actually say we have proof.
We have proof. We have subjective and objective proof now.
They are creative proof. They called their ship Vessel. They called the guy's Vessel, and the co-pilot is a fucking rock. The Geode in action.
I hope the guy that made the pet rock sues.
Yeah, Script Doctor says, are they trying to compete with the fan-made wooden Michael Burnham in action doll?
Oh my god, this is unbelievable.
We don't have. I don't have one, but Mecca has them.
Oh my god,
the Mecca, the Michael Burnham in action doll. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for
like wood.
Yeah, painted like her. I can't wait to hear in Friday Night Tights. This is unbelievable. Rock.
Jesus Christ.
He can't help us now, Andre.
Oh my god. It's on. This broke Rob. It's completely broke Rob. And you know what? If I had cared one iota about Star Wars, here's like the thing that I've never cared about Star Wars before.
Oh my god!
I was brought into it by The Mandalorian, but like this stuff here, it puts me so outwards, can't even describe it.
Rock, it's a rock. It's a rock. It's a rock.
Hey, at least the guy who sold the pet rock put eyeballs and shit on him.
And he put a mohawk later on him.
Yeah, and kind of tricked him out a little bit. You feel like he was totally ripped off. You know, like,
oh yeah, somebody hit me with a rock. Oh my god!
Let's see that one more time. Like I just could.
I don't think I could.
One more time. I have to see it.
I don't think I can bear it.
He's got to see. He can't believe it. It's that. All right, hang on.
No, because like I didn't register.
Okay.
I was like thinking, the navigator, like the black woman there, she's his rock because of course she's like the rock to her gay friends, but there's an actual rock.
Breathe.
You got
one more time, Tom. Okay.
You got to think more literally with these people.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I know. I just. It's just too unbelievable.
Yeah. All right.
You have to bring it up on screen, Tom.
God damn it.
You're not being
And
unfair.
Janacek was the one who sent this to me, by the way.
You're being unfair. You gotta be more open-minded. It's a fucking rock.
So thank you to her. Ah, God damn it. And then I didn't share the fucking sound again. Oh, and then I closed the whole thing. I am having my boomer moments here. Hang on.
Well, anyway, never mind that. I think we got everything we needed to get after it, which was pain, suffering, and frantic, panicked laughter.
I'm not
There's Captain Hare. He would be loving this.
Oh, yeah. He has to watch the. I mean, like seriously, this broke you worse than Discovery.
Discovery, I was just angry. Discovery, I'm done. This is hysterical.
Leox Jossi is the
Leox
eccentric
Jossi.
pilot of a vessel known simply as the Vessel. Co-piloted by Appy Hollow and navigated by Geo, who appears to be a rock. Leox is a charming rogue from the frontier. When a group of Jedi seek transportation to the Outer Rim,
Yeah, he appears to be a rock. So
Leox and his loyal crew are hired. But disaster strikes as debris from a horrific accident littered across hyperspace threatens to tear the vessel apart. But it'll take more than a galaxy-wide disaster to fray Leox's go-with-the-flow attitude.
The rock's
With his
behind them.
effortless piloting, Appy's efficient
yeah,
I
the
thought
rock's
that
right
was a
there.
seat.
I did too originally. Actually, you know what I thought that was, Andre? I thought that was the doorway. Because, like when they walk into the Falcon, there's that doorway. I thought that's what that was originally.
Yeah, I thought that
and
was like the
Geo's
seat
quick
behind them.
response.
Yeah.
The vessel safely exits hyperspace, presumably in the middle of nowhere.
Oh,
With the
come on.
transportation business flourishing, ferrying immigrants to the frontier, native pilots
Immigrants.
flocked against
Oh, so we get an immigrant story.
these
Oh, he's a
outsiders.
coyote.
Yeah.
Where's the Roadrunner?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, another galaxy-wide disaster. So another
Another
universe-breaking event.
Coyote, but yeah.
It's a galaxy-wide disaster. They don't learn. You're not supposed to use a universe-breaking event as the backbone of your story. Oh my god. Oh. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And you know what really makes it like this is Christina Ariel narrating, isn't it?
Probably, I don't know. Who wrote this? Who wrote this piece
Because
of shit?
someone pointed out that like the narration, if anything, makes it a million times worse. Because the narrator can barely keep himself serious as well. Of course, there ain't no narration in the world that can make this good. So I shouldn't be too harsh on it. But to me, it just highlight the stupidity of it all.
Yeah, and the fact that you're trying to play it straight as you can, it makes it even funnier.
3D Honda says this is going to break.
Oh, poor Anna. Oh, poor.
Seriously,
poor
she
Anna.
needs to film her own reactions the first time she sees these things and share for the future historians.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's
Neon Knight, no, I'm not on shrooms. Could you imagine if you added drugs to this reaction?
That might help.
I honestly, I think that on shrooms is probably the only way to see this because the writers surely were on shrooms when they wrote it.
Well, weed is legal in California, but
No,
maybe
if they were on drugs, this would be a lot more creative.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they had a seriously bad trip then, or I don't know what the hell, but
It's called
normal.
tripping into the mind of an SJW.
Yeah.
You're trying to be as inoffensive as possible, and you come up with a fucking rock.
Well, at least it's gender neutral.
That we know of.
Oh, I'm sorry. He appears to be a rock. Ugh. You're not being fair. You're not being fair. You don't know this. It's a fucking rock. Come on. It's a rock. You tell me not
John
to.
Williams. Yeah. John. Well, in the 60s, drugs gave us some great music. Now, Drug gives us a slab of rock flying a
I
space.
stand by that this is not any. Okay, first of all, a lot of these people who claim to be LGBTQ, I think they're lying.
Yeah.
Gay people are a lot more creative than this.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes, dude, like, this is not even fucking trying. This is the lowest of, like, and then the other one.
I disagree. It takes a serious amount of trying to come up with something as bad as this.
Well, okay, I guess,
anyone can write something bad, but this level, now that takes effort.
You're right. This is actually
it reminds me of the South Park episodes, the one from back where Mr. Garrison is denial about him being gay, and so he decides to write like this erotic novel, the sexiest thing ever, and then it gets an award for being the gayest piece of literature ever written.
Yeah,
because like it just seeped into his writing. I think that this is the same thing. I think that these are really unskilled ideologues that write everything so safe and so in accordance with their ideology and so representative and inclusive and dinosaurs and diversity and all of that jazz. Yeah. And they genuinely think that they're writing something good, and they don't realize that their insanity is making its way through into the pages. They may not even realize how bad it is.
Yeah. I mean, Randy Seymour, this is hilarious. Rob Schneider is a rock.
Melinda had never slept with another woman before. Oh, great, Mr. Garrison, some hot lesbo action.
This is literally like if South Park was making fun of Star Wars at this point. Like, that's how bad this has gotten.
She took Lisa's fingers and sucked on them gently. They felt firm, like a penis. She was covered with penises.
Well, and it was like, was that on our show or was it on this show where we showed the they them thing in Star Wars?
It was on our show. It was on ours, I think.
Yeah, it was on Wednesday. I think it was.
There's a song on the new Paul McCartney album titled "She's a Rock." I'm like, I don't think they had this in mind. She's a rock, yeah. She's a rock. I'm like, yeah, no, not the same thing. For God's sake, what did you do? I could round up 10 English-speaking people off the street and we could come up with something better in a half hour.
I assure you, they don't even have to be English-speaking. It's probably better if they aren't.
Well, just for communications purposes, though, so everybody knows.
Yeah. But if anything, these people that came up with this have communicated and group-thinked a little bit way the F too much. I mean, like, what we're seeing right here is brainwashed groupthink manifested. Because I don't think that any one writer would be able to come up with something this shockingly bad. It takes a group to, like, make each other critical senses just disappear and censor any, like, critical questions they might have and just, like, go with everyone, get hyped up and believe their own yes. Ain't no other way something like this can happen.
It's a rock. It's a rock. It's a big slap of stone. It's a rock.
Stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Okay. What do we got for super chat?
Even Sadie's pissed off about this. I'm gonna mute my mic now.
Oh my God. Well, let's go through some more super chats because we got some live reactions, but there were many, many more. So yeah, let's see what you all have to say about this wonderful thing. Revcore says, and they are destroying the Mandalorian for a ship called Vessel and a rock. They have literally hit rock bottom. Stephen Hawking says,
that's what I'm saying. They write the jokes right themselves. You can't even.
Rock lobster.
They're making it easy for us. Not a lobster, just a rock.
Congratulations. This is what you fired. This is the vision you fired Gina Carano for. Way to go.
That's some smart thinking right there.
And Stephen Otten says, "Thank you for making me feel better about my own writing. I am way better than this." And Carl's Art Universe says, "Manos, the Hands of Fate is a masterpiece compared to this." You know what? I will raise you. The Room is a masterpiece compared to this. The Legion of Reason says, "Geode has a hard exterior, but really he's empty inside." Well, I think you might have misgendered there by calling him a he, but yeah, we shall see. And Diego Natan says, "There must be something wrong with the water in California." Yeah, when reading something like this, then, oh my God, I have no words. The DCV Titan says, "The Navigator is discount TARS from Interstellar." They should be so lucky. And here's a good one from Max, who says, "Upon this rock, I shall build my high republic." Quote from KK, probably. So, yeah, a nice one. Rover says, maybe we'll get lucky and the rock will be made of dolomite."
Watch, look at the screen, Andre.
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, like to quote
by Renee. Renee Reds.
to quote Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy is a treasure for Disney and for Lucasfilm. Real.
What if he got,
treasure.
instead of the girl, he got the Rock?
You know what? Put.
You mean Dwayne Johnson? No, I mean an actual fucking Rock.
Somebody put Bob Chapek's audio. Kathleen Kennedy's an absolute treasure. Geniuses, and they put a picture there. The Rock. Yeah, there you go. There's your genius.
Absolute genius.
We're gonna make that video just after this. So yeah, it's it's pretty unbelievable.
Oh, how do they know if
Stephen
the
Otten
Rock
says,
died? Sorry, you go ahead. You're gonna have to repost that one. Sorry.
Sorry.
Actually, I'd read the book just for that. Like, if he travels around half the universe and wondering, like, are you sure we're on the right course? Oh yeah,
Kinda like
the
the
navigator
meat guy.
died like
I
3
can't
parsecs ago.
believe this. Oh my God.
I accidentally said on him.
Oh,
Oh
my
look,
God.
he's still alive. Meek's not dead.
I'm getting better.
Yeah, he's getting better.
Tom, you have to get this super chat right here.
His final words were, "It's a rock. It's a rock." Beep.
And Danny Boy says, "Whoever thought up this crap should take their drugs back and ask for a refund."
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm
What's that
saying.
thing
Like,
that
whatever drugs they're
Lucasfilm should
using
get a
are not good
refund?
drugs. Yeah, drugs would be much more inventive than this. I mean, we'd have like a fucking unicorn and some other crazy shit talking tacos, not a rock.
Talking tacos. A talking taco that craps ice cream.
Oh, it gets better because we got the ideas now. Chris Ferreira says, "And the next bestest Jedi ever is, wait for it, stick
Jedi. Better yet, Jedi on a stick.
Hello,
Oh,
I'm a Jedi.
Like
Hello,
jalapeno on a stick.
I'm a Jedi on a stick. How are you? I thought Rock was dead. Oh, he's not dead. Not yet.
Not yet. Rock is dead, kids. Is it a nuclear vessel? Asked Master Clockwork. Fucking name the ship Vessel. They're just making it so easy for us. So fucking easy. I mean, it's like,
Are they like? here's like the thing that they have to be serious because there's no way they could be this meticulous in trolling. Ain't no way.
No way. Same thing with the new social justice warriors. That's what I was thinking too at this point. Is like, are they taking the piss out of us, or are they just really this fucking full of themselves? I can't. And welcome, Paulie, to the stream. How you doing, man?
Oh, for God's sake! Welcome to my breakdown.
Are you breaking down, Rob, again?
I haven't laughed this hard in ages.
You know what? You probably really needed to because of yesterday.
After the last fucking few weeks, yeah, that was probably a plus. So how you doing, Paulie?
I'm actually doing well, man. I wanted to completely take the day off from streaming, but this is too. You guys are always too good to pass up, like especially after yesterday. So hello. Hey, Andre.
Greetings. Pleasure to have you. So, how excited are you for Leox Giassi? So not gay-ass Leox, but Leox Giassi and his trusted navigator, Rock, in their trusted vessel. Like, how excited are you to pick up this book?
Well, to get a real, educated opinion. Can I see it again, please?
You want to see this shit?
I don't think I'll survive another.
I only saw it once, guys. I know you've seen it 4 times, but hey, chat, y'all want to see it again?
It's loud as hell, but all right.
Oh,
I wonder if it's on
I'll
YouTube.
go for it.
Not again! Not again!
Oh, well, actually, it's good that it isn't because that way it won't be shut down. Can't copyright it if it's not.
That's true. Maybe.
Oh my God!
Pilot of a vessel known simply as the Vessel, piloted by Appy Hollow and navigated by Geo, who appears to be a rock. Leox is a charming rogue from the frontier. When a group of Jedi seek transportation to the Outer Rim, Leox and his loyal crew are hired. But disaster strikes as debris from a horrific accident littered across hyperspace threatens to tear the vessel apart. But it'll take more than a galaxy-wide disaster to play Leox's go-with-the-flow attitude. With his effortless piloting, Appy's efficient repairs, and Geode's quick response, the vessel safely exits hyperspace, presumably in the middle of nowhere. With the transportation business flourishing, ferrying immigrants to the frontier, native pirates plot against these outsiders.
There's a quick response from a rock.
Leox Jossi is the eccentric pilot of a vessel known simply as the Vessel, co-piloted by Appy Hollow and navigated by Geo, who appears to be a rock. Leox is a charming...
Okay.
Abby Hollow. Her name's Abby Hollow.
Abby Hollow.
I'm so
Abby
confused.
Normal. Oh my God.
It'll be awesome as if my reply gets more likes than the video, but that's not going to.
You want to know something?
Yeah,
They said
everyone
next-
you just saw. I just say everyone you just saw that Tom he wrote a reply on Twitter. Like, go and like that reply right now. That's
I don't think it'll work. It's on Instagram, but yeah.
on Instagram.
Just
and yeah.
Thanks
Oh
to
my
Geode's quick response. It's a fucking rock. How quick can it be?
In lightning speed, you just don't see it.
God. Yeah, evidently. So, Paulie, now that you've seen it for the fourth time or second in your case, how excited are you for this? Are you glad they got rid of Gina Carano? So this is the Star Wars we have to look forward to hold us over until Robert Rodriguez Boba Fett series.
I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, this shit's pretty depressing. I mean, that's like a nail in the coffin there, man, of the Carano coffin. But shit, I mean, it's stupid, but it's also a ripoff, right, of the original Star Wars.
Very much so. Yeah, good point, Paulie.
Yeah.
That's what I saw. 'Cause
I
I'm
mean,
like,
yeah, no, not only that, it's down to like complete little like key points in the plot, like
yeah.
like when they run into the debris of Alderaan and shit like that, and he's
Well,
you know
everything. I mean, cool attitude, pilot. You know, they
You
go.
swapped
I
out.
mean,
You swapped out Chewbacca for a rock.
For a
I
black lady
mean-
in a rock, yeah.
yeah. And what is this? This is gonna be the new TV show or a new
No,
book?
this is a book. To be clear, folks, the High Republic at this point, outside of the Acolyte, is only in books and comic books. We still haven't heard
but
anything
you-
about any
you
animated
just-
shows or the Acolyte
Rock.
one that we know of that is
But
supposed to be
you
released.
can rest assured that they want to bring these characters in. I'm sure into live action, and I'm sure they all already have like a cast in mind.
This is all a trial balloon. This really is.
Yeah.
This is they're testing the waters to see what works and what doesn't. I'm like, good luck to you. Okay, you're gonna need it.
It's pretty bad, Andre. Let's,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it's
Maybe I should invite Shane. No, shut up.
Come
Yeah.
back, Shane.
Oh, come back, Shane.
I
Yeah,
miss Shane.
a rock.
I
And
know
then the vessel's called the Vessel, right?
the vessel, yes. The vessel.
Yeah.
I said that's like naming your car.
Yeah.
No, Rob. That's like naming your car transport vehicle.
I mean, you could have at least like just
Or vehicle,
like,
yeah.
a play on words, you know, and called it the Century Hawk.
Well, honestly,
You
that'd be
know?
more ironic, wouldn't it be? Is like he's a rock and his name is like some big long name like Georgiou's on Star Trek Discovery, you know, and all this other stuff. And if he actually talks or he communicates or whatever, I mean, yeah, you could have some fun with it, but
When this, I know, yeah. When this hits YouTube, I mean, it's on Instagram. When this hits YouTube, oh my God, people are gonna be merciless. Oh my God.
Oh,
This-
it's not, that's Instagram. Let me go to Instagram.
I look
I don't know, it
forward
might
to
be
the
on
YouTube
Twitter as well,
comments
or
already.
this,
yeah,
I
they're
mean, you think you were all you guys over Lucasfilm, all you idiots who do responsible for this, you think people were mean before. You haven't seen nothing yet. Oh, for God's sake.
This is on the Star Wars page? Oh, yeah, it is.
It's already on YouTube. Says
Let's take a look at some of the comments.
They go out. Oh, that should be a blast.
Oh my God.
That should
it's
be a
unbelievable.
blast.
well, while we're doing that, Andre, what do we got left for super chats?
Yeah, let you do that, and I'll go through the remaining super chats here. Just give me 1 second here. Some of these are from before as well. X Morbius says, in high school, I wrote about a spacefaring forklift in creative writing class. I should have stuck with writing. I could have written for Star Wars. I'd probably be too good. Silver Nova says, I'm sure that the rock is a sedimentary type of sandstone that identifies as a drop stone from a glacier. Thunderstorm says, Geode needs his own standalone film.
That's what he's doing the whole movie.
Jaynat says, yeah. Jane Anna does a lot better. Put the work this bitches. And Nikki Vick says, I know people who'd hear about The Rock and say, yes, a rock. Effing awesome, LOL. That's who this is. LOL so random battles is marketed at. Samoan Pirate says, who needs an astromech when you can have a rock? Anna Falkenstall says,
Star Wars' main page, though.
Yeah. Anna Falkenstall says
I'm
they
not
stole the
finding it
pilot
either.
from the movie Interstellar. Oh yeah, right. Which was like the metal slab thing. We covered this already. And Paulus Plains in Norwegian 50 krona, name Sted. Stephanie Alni's Smuggler's Cantina says, my stomach hurts. I'm laughing too hard. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. And Blue Satoshi says for $10, thank you so much. Amazon took a page from Microsoft's playbook. Embrace, extend, extinguish. Doesn't just affect films. Amazon Basics does similar stuff by copying other products than icing the people making them. So yeah, this was a comment from before we played the clip of Leox Jayasi. So let's see some of the more recent comments before we get into the older ones.
Which one is Lee?
Says,
I'm sorry.
I love Jar Jar Binks now. Yeah, I think we all do. Yeah, carry on, Bully.
No, it was a question. Which one was the Leox Gyasi? That's like the play on names, right? Gay, like that?
Leo X is gay,
that's the gay one. Yeah, he's the gay Han Solo.
Nice, Andre.
Oh
Dios.
Oh my. We're crossing franchises now, are we, Andre? Oh
and going back to some super chats, Brother John says the dynamic duo, Batman and Coat Rack. Oh my god. And Adam Wofford says for $20, thank you so much. Wait, is that a Rock is a crew member and they couldn't come up with the name of the ship? Hey everyone, get to the vessel. Hyperspace doesn't work like that. You're in a different dimension that's created when you enter hyperspace. There you go. And Crispy Critter says, Phil McCracken is the medical officer. Danny Boy says, Viva la Rock. And Lars Hansen, our good Danish friend, says, could the Norwegian oil fund not buy Disney and recreate Destiny according to Nordic examples? You know what? I'd actually rather the Norwegian oil fund be spent towards that than what it's currently being spent for, but that's a different matter entirely. And Master Clockwork says, wait, what? The debris is in hyperspace? How the F does that work? Well, I certainly wouldn't think that these writers know how hyperspace works. And also you should go to Star Wars for science fiction. And Brian Hall says, when they make the movie, will The Rock be voiced by Dwayne The Rock Johnson? He better. And Stephanie Yanis Ex Smugglers Cantina says, Claudia Gray wrote it, Into the Dark. Is that the name of this book, Into the Dark? There's some double entendre into that title, but I don't want to get into that. Oliver Klossov says, KK is a treasure. Let's bury her. So, yeah. And he also sent us another $2 super chat before with no comment attached to it. So thanks for that. And then we have the little Legion of Reason says Geode has a hard exterior, but really he's empty inside. And with that, we have gone through most of the reactions to Leox Jayasi and his trusted companion, a rock.
Oh, God.
No, almost. Danny Boy also says, what happens when they get stuck between a rock and a hard place?
Ooh, that's a good one. Hey-o,
Yeah.
hey-o.
I sang that earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Did I miss all the fun with
Probably.
the singing and the rock? Like a rock.
That's, yeah.
God, darn.
A little bit.
A little bit? All right.
It's all good.
Yeah, that's all right.
Well, you know, with
On
Cheech
that
and
note,
Chong.
Action come here says, what's the name of Leox co-pilot? Hard Place? And says speechless. So yeah, some good reactions going around here. And Chris Ferreira says, and you know the Lucasfilm twits are patting each other on the back and saying they're all geniuses. And then we have Diego Nathan who says, why I need to go to work every day to survive, but they can get money doing things like that. LOL, I want to talk with the manager of the universe. Yeah, that's a good point. And says, A group of Jedi, a gaggle of stars, a vessel of rock, a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, that just about sums it up. It's completely unbelievable. And Buster's Brain says, big media dissing the sequels preps a Filoni verse. We should be so lucky. And and here's a cool one. Jillian N says for $4.99, Rian Johnson. I'll troll the fans by claiming to have a Star Wars trilogy in the works. LOL. Jar Jar Abrams. Hold my Romulan ale. So yeah, now we're getting into the Star Trek super chats. And Harry Nice Guy said, Shatner, Mulgrew, Brooks together. I'll watch Star Trek 4. Yeah, you should be so lucky, or we all should. And also on Star Trek, Silver Nova says, if this new Trek movie is a bad robot abomination, then I must say that my opinion is that of a koala in the rain. You shall get your koala a little bit later. But I have a couple of more super chats to go through. First, Mexican Iron Man says, CBS just replaced the White Seal Ream Commander that Bravo 1 reported to for a new black guy character named Soto mid-season out of nowhere for no good reason. I hate it all. Well, at least Star Wars is plenty diverse, so even rocks can feel represented. So, yeah, that's that going forward. And Warwolf also says on Star Trek, I'm the only one who finds it funny that they say Prodigy is Star Trek's first animated series. Meanwhile, the 70s cartoon is like, hold my Romulan ale. I love the Filmation series, but that's me. Stephen Alton said, I saw an article about Star Trek 4. I stopped reading after the first line. J.J. Abrams will be producing under Bad Robot Productions. Yeah, of course. And sent us a diamond super sticker. And Mills wonders if Kathy is the sub or the dom in the bedroom. So good question, that. And Master Clockwork says, movie pitch, fat positive Albert. And yeah.
Hey!
You can't be shaming me, Rudy.
Damn, Fat Albert, you need to lose weight.
You can't do that no more.
That reminds me, coming to America, I need to see it.
Oh.
We have to see it. Yeah. The whole household wants to see it, and we're already prepared that it's going to be bad.
I was so disappointed.
Oh, well, good. Then you won't be so disappointed then, probably. I haven't seen it myself, but according to Tom, there's nothing to write about.
Yeah, it makes the biggest sin of all. Instead of just being bad, it's just pointless and boring mostly. Other than that, it's got so many points where it just goes overly woke, and it's the same movie all over again, basically. And yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Sounds awful.
Not great. And while we absorb the shock of Star Wars, Adam Wofford says, so there is a YouTube channel that plays Star Trek tabletop games, and one of there is actually a rock member called Boulder as a joke, but it's based on the alien races from the original series. That actually reminds me that the Galaxy Quest rock monsters in it. So this is a good hallmark of parody already.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a silicon-based life form like a rock monster and like a Horta, and just a big slab of slab of granite. Jeez, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. And Paulus Plain, my countryman, says, André Einherjar, may I meet you in real life in Bærums Verk, Pannekakehus, like the house IHOP. Opening hours 12 to 7, a week long. Yes, dude. Yeah, well, I'll keep that in mind if I happen to be around Bærumsverk. So yeah, oh my god. And Durao On sends a €5 tip for giving color to his koala in the rain existence. Cheers from France.
I wish I had created that. It's not us, but all kudos to those who did. But it's become a staple, not only on After Dark, but here as well.
Yeah, indeed. We really need a koala after all this. But I have a couple of more super chats to go through first. We only have a few more to go through. And now we're back to the Amazon ones. Gaijin Grimpora says for $10. To me, it seems like they're waging war on independent filmmakers. They want to be able to control what voices are heard in Hollywood, all to push a certain narrative. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. And Just David says for $10, Midnight's Edge should make a radio play show kind of series. You have voice actors and 2 major writers on hand. Can even do each episode with a live debut reading, then edit a release version.
Funny you mentioned that. Stay tuned. There may be some things kind of on the horizon. You never know.
Indeed.
There's some things I've been thinking about.
And Miguel Hernandez says, what Mr. Konkle is talking about is why the Paramount decrees should not have been removed. The studios have monopolistic bottlenecks with streaming. And KBIS sent us a $20 super sticker of a little banana creature with hearts. So that's cute. And thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. And Copper Indio says for a total of $15 over 2 super chats. Thank you all for this. Hollywood excluded Black people from key roles for years, and now their answer is to force their inclusion to meet a quota. And planned obsolescence was designed for mass consumerism, the same way modern media is low-quality mediocrity for what they think are mindless consumers. And Mecha J says, what are your guys' thoughts on the new release images on the Space Jam 2 movie? My opinion is this. Haven't seen them, and I couldn't care less. Didn't even like the first one, and I'm certainly not interested in this one. How excited are you for Space Jam 2? What do you think of the new images, if you haven't seen them?
The only one I saw was Lola, and it looks like Brown Bugs Bunny. Let me see what I can find here.
And while you look for
they
that,
kind of wrote her. They kind of redrew her without any female curves. Kind of more.
If it's a girl, if it's supposed to be a female bunny, shouldn't it at least look like a female bunny, like an anthropomorphic female?
Just keep the original one from the '90s, right? I mean.
I think it's problematic if a female bunny looks female. It has to be a little bit more gender fluid.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do I know? I mean, that was my reaction when I saw the. I saw that one and I saw LeBron, but really I paid more attention to the redrawing, the reimagining of Lola.
I haven't seen it, so I'm just commenting from a point of complete ignorance, which I generally shouldn't be doing. And Harry Nice Guy says, I don't need Twitter. Midnight's Edge is my safe space. Oh, thank you. That means you have a fairly rough skin, because that's required here. And Samoan Pirate says for $10, now that my suspicions I voiced before about KK's team engineering the Gina removal with intent to upend the Mandalorian have been proven true, I wonder what else they may be planning on destroying, especially with Bob 2 praising her openly. Who needs the Mandalorian when you can have Leox Jayasi and his trusted rock companion in their vessel?
Oh God, I can't. Leox gay ass.
No, Rob. I don't think we can say that anymore because now we know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Although they did walk right into that one.
E. You see, I waited before I put the E on it. Leox gay ass. E.
And
whatever.
Bertrand Kurt Russell says "Baby G Yoda," and but seriously, that's what they're hoping for. I guarantee you, they're thinking that this is gonna be the next Baby Yoda. Everyone is gonna want their rock toys for Christmas and what have you not. Kids will be dressed as rocks all over the place in their dreams. And then Kasparius also really wants to see a koala in the rain. And since we are caught up now, I think now is the time for it. Have we got the koala in the rain tub? Everyone disappeared, huh? How about that? I think everyone broke from
I'm here.
glory that was.
We're here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
The
koala in the
man
rain is
down.
not here, though. Yeah. I know, Tom. Of course, you had to go and let the doggy out. Of course, there we have it.
Oh.
Otherwise, he'd have an amber turd on the.
No,
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
it's FedEx at the door.
Oh, okay. Dog anyway. Let you know. Yeah, and Natasha has a very sobering thoughts on the koala, but we hope to have it with you soon. So yeah, Tom, can you roll the koala?
Koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koala.
Oh my god!
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I think we all need some time to recover and digest after seeing that misery. So, yeah. But I would like to thank you all for joining us. I would like to say thank you to Tom Konkle, of course, for being with us today. Everyone, check out the link in the description and go and support his movie. We'll be doing a live streaming of it. Or a live watch party, not stream, but live watch party down the line here. But in the meantime, go support him after his movie got taken down from Amazon. So support independent filmmakers. No rocks given, says Steve Norton. Also, Paulie, thank you for joining and sharing your feelings on. I can't get over them. My God, it's so bad. A rock creature.
I will say this though, I'm sharing a link again in the chat.
Thank you.
That takes you over to not Geekosity, but Pop Culture Minefield, where Mikey Sutton of Geekosity is going to drop a scoop here in just a few, about I think roughly 45 minutes. So the link is in the chat. I'll be headed over there in a little bit to hang out with those guys. Andre, I don't know if you're showing up or not, but Andre and Rob have also gotten the invite. So yeah, we're going to be dropping some a scoop about Henry Cavill. So we hope to see you guys there.
Yeah,
great.
So yeah, be sure to
somebody alert Anna. Somebody tell Anna quick.
Anna and her uterus.
No kidding. And then Paula, you got a special program coming up on the Latino Slant, do you not?
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. We do. We're gonna have next Thursday. And I'll have the link up soon, but just go to my page. Texas Rock Jam. It's all Texas music artists I'm putting together, including Chingon, Robert Rodriguez's band Chingon. I'm going to be the headliners. Live music performances benefiting the food charities of Central Texas. A lot of families displaced because of all the power and all that stuff. All the tips, every cent raised is going to go to Texas food charities. I have quite a lineup, Tom. I'm putting it'll be up in minutes, but Yeah. So I, would love for Midnight's Edge. You guys are invited to come and hang out, but it is I got Nina Diaz, Los Sundowns, Del Castillo, who are Chingon, the same band, and Billy Music and the Consequentialists. So,
all right, check
yeah.
that out.
Thank you so much.
Check out Paulie's channel so you can get updates on that correctly. And we will be also trying to do our best to let you guys know about that when it happens as well. We also got a super chat here from Silver Nova. Says 2 title suggestions for the High Republic: Romancing the Stone or Rocky Horror Star Wars Show. Those are very accurate descriptions.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you so much for that, Silver Nova. And with that, park up on it over at the Pop Culture Minefield channel there. You'll see Andre and myself, at least probably here in a little bit, along with Mikey Sutton and the gang over there, talking some scoops.
Is that right now?
It's going to be in about 45 minutes. And Paulie, be sure to subscribe to Paulie's channel as well, so you can check out that concert. And we've got a lot of other stuff coming up as well. In fact, I got to get to that damn rest of that Matthew Lillard interview yet too.
We got Lillard. We got the reunion panel that we haven't even
announced yet. So we'll save that, considering you just announced your music thing. So
yeah. Let's get one week at a time.
Yeah, that's coming up though. So we got a special reunion coming up that's going to be awesome. So with that, Andre, anything else?
I just want to say thank you to Paulie. So go and do check out the Latino Slant and support the Texas musicians and everyone in Texas that surely needs it. And thanks to Tom Konkle, and thanks to everyone out there who's been watching us now for more than 4 hours, ranting about 2 topics that really shouldn't take nearly as much time, but that's how we roll.
Leox Giassi.